1. Getting started with credit repair. In this part, understand the basic workings of credit repair, and credit scores. Find out how to rebuild your credit after a crisis. Fix inaccuracies and add positive data in your credit reports and boost your credit score. Solve your credit problems on your own or get expert help that really works for free. Field calls from debt collectors with confidence. Deal successfully with debt collectors, lawyers, and court actions. Chapter 1, Introducing Credit Repair, Credit Scores, and Your Life on Credit. 9. Chapter 1, Introducing Credit Repair, Credit Scores, and Your Life on Credit. See, Reddit plays a larger role in life than ever, and it looks like its influence will only expand in the years to come. The good life, happiness, and credit are inextricably linked. It's not that more material things make you happier, but bad credit exacts a price from your life, your hopes, and your dreams, as well as your relationships with others. Think of it as your credit-life connection. Whether it is hard or easy, fair or not, you must learn to successfully manage your credit and, by extension, your personal finances if you are to lead a successful and satisfying life in these United States. Financial products, credit foremost among them, have become much more complex and powerful, while the price for having a bad credit report or no credit at all has never been steeper. Your credit report is a financial snapshot of your life, and in this chapter, handling credit problems, dealing with the issues surrounding equity and diversity in credit, rebuilding your credit after a crisis such as a foreclosure or bankruptcy, safeguarding your credit and your identity, discovering how to manage your credit, keeping your credit solid in every stage of life. 10. Part 1, Getting Started with Credit Repair. Financial terms. For example, a divorce can wreak havoc in your life, and that instability can show up as missed payments or even a bankruptcy on your credit report as well. When you use credit, the information usually gets reported to a data storehouse known as a credit bureau. This information ends up on your credit report for at least the next 7 years. The good, the bad, and the ugly are all there for anyone you do business with to see, and for FICO and Vantage Score to summarize in a 3-digit number known as your credit score. Bad credit can keep you from finding a job, getting the promotions you deserve at work, being approved for an affordable loan, getting insurance, or paying the lowest price for it, securing an apartment or house, and more. This chapter is all about getting you started in repairing, rebuilding, or even just starting your credit so you can get that job, promotion, loan, home, and insurance to protect it. We cover the basics and the fine points. If you don't understand credit, you can't fix it, so we discuss how credit works, how to apply that knowledge to get what you want, how to deal with the effects of life's inevitable setbacks on your credit, and how to recover from those setbacks as quickly as possible. Other chapters build on this information, helping to make your credit the best it can be and keep it that way. Why? Because life isn't always fair. But you still need to repair the damage and carry on without being taken advantage of by unscrupulous financial companies or wasting precious years recovering from credit problems that you can avoid or minimize by using the advice in this book. Repairing bad credit. After you've had a rough patch and fallen behind on your payments, you may think that you can never recover. Between the cost of interest and maybe even collection actions, the situation can be overwhelming. But we assure you that you can reverse the cycle. You can not only re-establish good credit but also keep good credit for the rest of your life. Forever is a long time, but if you follow our advice, you can banish the credit blues permanently. It's not magic, and it won't cost you another dime. By realistically assessing your situation, seeing yourself as others see you, knowing where you stand, using free help if you need it, setting goals, planning your spending and savings, and using credit as part of your overall plan, you can quickly rebuild your credit. Settling debts. You hear the ads all the time. Settle your debt for pennies on the dollar. You have a right to pay less than you owe. Debt settlement is an often misunderstood option that may work for you, but only if you handle it properly. Many companies that offer debt settlement services help themselves a lot more than they help you. You can avoid huge fees and potential credit damage if you reach a settlement agreement with your lender on your own or if you use your own attorney. You are personally responsible for the actions of the debt settlement company you hire, and your credit will be ruined in a protracted and adversarial settlement process. Chapter 6 gives you the information you need to decide whether debt settlement is for you and outlines your best options. Resetting your goals. Just as you did when you first start establishing credit, we want you to revisit your goals from time to time. When your life changes, your goals should reflect that new reality. Goals that once seemed within easy reach may move from short-term to long-term. Others may change as you mature. Buying that red sports car may not be as important to you now as it was in your 20s. Take the time to reset your sights, as we explain in Chapter 2. Begin by envisioning your life as you'd like it to be over the short, medium, and long term. Next, create a spending plan, or update your plan if you already have one, so that you know your current financial resources. Then begin to see how long it will take to fund your goals and determine when using credit may be appropriate. Chapter 18 goes into detail about how to create and maintain a spending plan and how to use credit wisely as a part of that plan. To ensure that your credit is up to the task of supporting your goals for the future, check your credit reports and dispute any inaccuracies or out-of-date information. To rebuild your credit reports, you need to start with an accurate credit history, not one riddled with errors that may hold you back. After you check your reports, look for opportunities to review them for free as often as you can. Part 4 tells you everything you need to know about credit reporting. Rebuilding your credit by using it. The best way to rebuild your credit is to exercise it. Using your goals and spending plan as a guide, start making those payments as agreed, on time and for the correct amounts. Every month you do so, you build better credit while you're older. Bad credit either counts for less or drops off your credit reports altogether. Consider opening a secured credit card backed by a bank account deposit or a passbook loan to add a revolving and installment account to fatten your credit history and boost your score. You can find the details in Chapter 10. Using a cosigner or becoming an authorized user. We normally don't recommend that you cosign for a loan, but in this case, someone else is doing the cosigning. Enlisting a cosigner is a way to get access to credit so that you can begin to rebuild your credit history with the credit bureaus. But you need to keep in mind a few important rules. You have to make all the payments on time. If you can't make a payment when it's due, you have to tell the cosigner in advance so that the cosigner can make the payment and protect his or her credit. You can pay your pal back later. You can't get mad at the cosigner for not being understanding or more helpful while you owe him or her money. Your cosigner is doing you a huge favor at great personal credit risk. Another way to rebuild your credit is to become an authorized user on someone else's credit card. After you're added to the other person's account, his or her good credit history flows onto your credit record as a positive account and payment stream. Beefing up your record and credit score. The person needs to have good credit, though, or his or her bad credit will negatively affect yours. We suggest that you decline getting your own card for the account so that only the other person's charges appear on the account. That way, if he or she has a bad memory, as we do, you're spared monthly calls asking whether this or that charge is yours. Although you won't have access to new credit, your credit score gets a boost. Finding sources of free help. You can do a lot of things on your own, but sometimes having a pro on your side to give you tips helps. You can find that help in 3 main places, and it ranges from inexpensive to free. Non-profit credit counselors, pro bono lawyers, and HUD-approved counseling agencies offer priceless insight, assistance, and advice. The trick is to know to ask for it. Non-profit credit counselors work with you to set good goals, develop a spending plan, and assess your ability to repay your debts. They can set up a repayment plan in concert with your lenders to lower your payments and interest rates and get positive information back on your credit reports faster than you could on your own. They're funded by creditors but work for you, and we recommend the good ones highly. Discover where to find the good ones in Chapter 4. Lawyers sometimes offer free or pro bono help if you can't afford to pay. Chapter 4 includes a list of resources to help you find one in your area. A mortgage is a different and sometimes dangerous type of loan. The rules for handling a delinquent mortgage are different from those for regular consumer debts, and the penalty for a mistake can be the loss of your home. So, we strongly recommend that if you have a mortgage problem, you get professional HUD-certified help. You can find an agency at the HUD website www.hud.gov. Watch out for bad help. In a nutshell, if someone approaches you and offers to help for a fee, don't do it. The free resources work well. The costly ones too often are just ways to separate you from your money while you're under stress. Dealing with collectors, sometimes you have to take the call. You know it's a debt collector, but you don't know what to say, do, or offer. Chapter 5 spells out how to take control of the collection process. Collectors must follow certain rules, and if you know the rules, you'll feel more confident in dealing with a stressful situation. The Fair Debt Collection Practices Act (FDCPA) regulates what collectors can and can't do. In general, this law protects you from abuse and threats. For example, a collector can't threaten an action that it can't or doesn't intend to take, can't make harassing calls, and can't use abusive language. When you know your rights and insist on being treated fairly, you can negotiate a payment schedule that fits your budget. If you need help coming up with a workable plan, you can always ask a credit counselor for assistance. Chapter 5 offers solutions that work. From how to handle calls and threatening letters to how to craft a repayment proposal. We walk you through how to keep a small collection annoyance from becoming a major and upsetting life event. Weathering a major crisis. Some credit problems are worse than others. In Chapter 7, we cover 4 of the big ones: mortgages, medical debt, student loans, and auto repossessions. Mortgage meltdowns. In our experience, a mortgage crisis is among the most upsetting, expensive, and damaging to your credit and relationships. Your home is your castle. When you are at risk of losing it, you likely feel as though your very existence is under attack. Thinking matters through and coming up with the best solution for you and your family may be difficult. In this section, we preview the major options to help guide you along the best path. Check out Chapter 7 for more mortgage information. Mortgages are different from other types of debts and credit because of a number of factors, including the size of the debt, the importance the lender attaches to a debt secured by a home, and the fact that the debt is probably packaged in a security that's been resold many times and is subject to inflexible collection rules. Mortgage delinquency can have a significant and long-lasting negative effect on your credit score. For example, being just 30 days late on a mortgage payment can cost you 100+ points on your credit score and take 3 years to recover from. The upshot is that if you're in danger of falling behind on your mortgage payments or you're already behind, you're better off seeking professional help. Opting for help in a mortgage crisis. The sooner you get help, the better. The reason is simple: the stakes are high and the help is free. Most people who have a mortgage payment due on the 1st of the month know that they have until the 15th to pay it. Do you? If you miss that payment on the 15th, you're 45 days late. Mortgages are paid in arrears, so the bill is already 30 days old when you get it. Miss the due date and the 15-day grace period goes away until you catch up. By the 15th of the next month, you're 15 days away from a foreclosure action. Fast, isn't it? So, we suggest that you don't delay in contacting a HUD-approved counseling agency. These agencies are often housed in credit counseling agencies, so they can address all your debt issues at once. Doing it on your own. You may insist on working out your mortgage problems on your own. The process is tricky and long, but it can be done. Chapter 7 goes into details on the steps and time frames for action. In addition to acting quickly, you need to keep excellent notes about who you speak with, when you talk, and what is said. You're dealing with a bureaucracy, and bureaucracies love to forget that they ever heard from you and send you all over the place to avoid responsibility for helping. So good notes are essential. Chapter 7 lists key terms and things to ask for so you can sound like you know what you're talking about. Just because a bank doesn't want to take your home doesn't mean that it won't. As in any debt resolution process, you need to do your homework before you call your mortgage servicer. Know what you really need in terms of help to take care of your missed payments and know what you can offer. You may be able to make additional payments over a 6-month period to catch up. Or you may need to ask for a reduced payment amount for a certain amount of time. Whatever you need, you have to be specific. Chapter 7 helps you understand the major options, but they change frequently, so you may have to rely on your mortgage servicer, the bureaucrat, to advise you. If you can't work out a compromise, there are ways to leave your home that result in less credit damage. Among them are deed in lieu of foreclosure. You give the house back, saving the bank foreclosure expenses. Short sale. You get the bank to agree to let you try to sell the house for less than the mortgage value. Friendly foreclosure. You cooperate with the bank and leave the house in good shape on a timely basis. Chapter 7 goes into more detail about these options. Strategic mortgage default. Strategic mortgage default isn't an option that anyone likes. However, a number of people consider walking away from their homes as an alternative to trying to work matters out. Based on how much you owe, you may be very unlikely to get back the money you're putting into monthly mortgage payments. Why waste thousands in overpayments? Following that reasoning, some people are mailing the keys to the bank and walking away from their homes. Credit damage from a strategic default is significant and lasts a long time. You can expect to have really bad credit for 7 years and to see a credit score drop of 140 to 160 points. See Chapter 14 for more on credit scoring. Plus, Fannie Mae, the government agency that guarantees most mortgages, won't guarantee a new loan for you for the next 7 years. Which means that to buy another home in the next 7 years, you'll pay more for a new mortgage and you'll need expensive mortgage insurance. Medical debt. Being ill is bad enough. Dealing with medical debt can sometimes seem insurmountable. There are special rules in both credit reporting and credit scoring that can help set your mind at ease. Knowing the rules from Chapter the 7th may help lower your blood pressure. We also help you deal with medical insurance issues with a list of your options and resources. Student loans. Chapter 7 covers how to establish a credit history using student loans. When your payments begin, we cover how to avoid a default and, if that's not possible, where to get help. Did you know you may be able to get your student loans forgiven? We cover the rules and how the CARES Act can help. Car loans. Missing a payment or two may not be a big deal for a credit card, but it can be a disaster for a car loan. Knowing what counts can help you avoid a repossession along with the expenses and damage to your credit that goes along with it. We cover your options to cure a default, scams to avoid, and what happens if your car is repossessed. Understanding diversity in credit. For most Americans, credit is as American as apple pie. But for some, especially minorities, the poor, and immigrants, credit can appear mysterious, unfair, and part of a system designed to ensure an expensive failure on their part. Chapter 19 tackles these issues and more head-on. It recognizes the previously discriminatory history of race in credit while offering a solid understanding of why that's no longer the case. It details how credit reporting, credit scoring, and credit legislation have reset the relationship between lending and minorities. It also debunks credit myths with credit facts and offers tips to make you successful, whether you're applying for a loan or need to access help if you get in trouble. When it's time to take control of your credit, this new chapter is your ticket to success. Just follow the 10 steps detailed in Chapter 19 and you'll have great credit and a high score to match. Filing bankruptcy. There are times in life when you just can't cope. For some people, this is also true in credit matters. If you're unable to come to terms with the aftermath of being overextended, bankruptcy may enable you to hit the reset button and start over again. But there is no free lunch. While you pay a price in terms of future credit, bankruptcy for the right reasons and in the right circumstances may be your best bet. This section gives you a quick look at an often misunderstood and misused tool so that you can decide whether the cure for your debts is worth the damage to your credit. Chapter 8 has more information on the updated bankruptcy process, what it means to you, and what your alternatives are. If you do opt for bankruptcy, you need to pass a means test to see which type you can file for. Chapter 7 Bankruptcy gets rid of some of your debts but not others. If you don't qualify for a Chapter 7, Chapter 13 bankruptcy requires you to pay what you can afford to your creditors over a 5-year period. In a nutshell, if you earn too much money, you have to pay your bills in a Chapter 13. Even worse from our point of view is that filing for bankruptcy may not solve your problem. If you're in debt trouble because you spend more than you make, or to put it another way, because your expenses exceed your income, then bankruptcy won't change the situation. Before long, you may be back in debt, but without the option of refiling. After filing for bankruptcy, you face a waiting period before you can file again. This period can range from 2 to 8 years, depending on the type of bankruptcy you file and the type you want to file next. In today's tight credit market, expect a long recovery time from a bankruptcy. Recent FICO research indicates that a Chapter 7 filing can lower a good credit score by up to 240 points, and that it takes 7 to 10 years for the score to recover to its original level. Ouch! That's a long stay in a bad credit hotel. Be sure it's worth it. Protecting your credit and your identity. Your credit history is increasingly used for more than just determining the interest rate on your credit card. It affects your ability to compete for a job or a promotion, get affordable insurance, qualify for professional licenses, military service and security clearances, and even find a decent place to live. At the same time, data breaches have exposed the personal information of millions of people to identity thieves. These thieves can use stolen identities to establish credit in your name without your knowledge and then overuse and default on that credit. Getting familiar with credit laws. Over the last several years, Congress has passed new laws to give consumers more protections. Knowing about and taking advantage of these safeguards can help you keep your credit safe. If your identity is stolen, knowing your rights is essential to a quick resolution. Among the laws we discuss in Chapter 20 are the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, which created a single consumer watchdog agency and allows consumers free access to their credit scores under certain conditions. Card Act, which restricts lenders from raising rates on existing balances, and more. FACT Act, which gives you access to free credit reports and identity theft protection and remedies. Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, FDCPA, which spells out your rights and the rules that debt collectors must follow. CARES Act, which impacts student loan repayment, foreclosure rules, free weekly credit reports, and more. Receiving free reports and filing disputes, as Chapter 13 explains in more detail. The FACT Act entitles you to a free copy of your credit report annually from each of the 3 major credit bureaus, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. We strongly recommend that you get these reports every chance you can and check them for errors. In addition to the one annual free report, your state may require the bureaus to give you more copies, sometimes many more. In addition, you're entitled to extra free reports, free credit scores, if you've been turned down for credit, didn't get the top rate offered, or had an adverse action, like a reduction in credit limit on a credit card. All these situations are opportunities to check and clean up your credit reports for free. Signing up for credit monitoring. Every time we turn around, someone is offering to monitor our credit. Do you need this service, and are you willing to pay for it? Chapter 15 gets into the details of credit monitoring. With a few exceptions, we find that it's an unnecessary expense. With all the opportunities you have for free reports, paying for more may be overkill. As for credit score monitoring, expect your score to change frequently as new data comes into and leaves your credit report. Unless you're planning a big purchase in the near future that requires new credit, like a house. Knowing your score every day is like knowing the value of your home when you don't intend to sell it. Relatively interesting but ultimately useless information. If you have a credit card, you may already have good fraud monitoring in place. Most cards monitor spending patterns to sniff out fraud and identity theft before they cost the cardholder a fortune. One less reason to pay to have your credit monitored. setting alarms, alerts, and freezes. If you're still worried about others accessing your credit data, you have the right to limit access to only those you approve. Chapter 15 covers how to limit access, along with the pluses and minuses of doing so. Among your options, you can set up alerts with your creditors to spot new activity on your account. Place an alert on your credit file so that lenders use more caution before approving any changes. Place an active duty alert on your files if you're a member of the military. Freeze access to your account so that no new creditors can access your information without your express permission, except if you owe the government money. Identifying identity theft. Still the #1 reported crime at the Federal Trade Commission, identity theft isn't going away. The number of cases reported is small in relation to the huge amount of identity information that hackers collect every time you hear of a database compromise. Your identity may be in jeopardy for years to come as thieves warehouse your data for a future time. Simple vigilance can help you stop identity theft in its early stages before serious damage is done. Follow these tips from Chapter 21. Protect your information at home. Most identity theft is low-tech and committed by people whom you invite into your home. Shred financial documents that contain account and social security numbers. Use electronic bill paying to avoid bill theft from your mailbox. Check your credit report at least once a year to look for unfamiliar credit lines. If you see accounts you don't recognize, take the actions we suggest in Chapter 21. If the unthinkable happens and you become an identity theft victim, you need to take fast, effective steps as soon as you find out you've been victimized. Chapter 9 walks you through what you need to do and whom you need to contact. It also helps you re-establish your credit afterward. Maintaining good credit throughout life. Your credit report presents a financial snapshot of your life. So far. As your life changes, your credit report changes too. If your life is filled with positives like a steady job, a good income, controlled expenses, and maybe even a partner, then your credit report should reflect that stability. If, however, you have a reversal of fortune with a job loss, income interruption, illness, or divorce, expect your credit to reflect the stress of your life. Establishing credit for the first time. Getting credit doesn't need to be scary. You have easy ways to establish credit for the first time or the second time around as a newly single person. Knowing what to do and what to avoid makes this process simple and foolproof. Chapter 10 covers the essentials of getting your credit up and running. Using simple techniques like borrowing your own money and using retail store cards and authorized user accounts, you can establish good credit in no time. Your credit score can be figured on a history of just a month or two, and then you're on your way. If you're concerned that credit is unfair to minorities, Chapter 19 gives you the facts and tips you're looking for to be sure you'll be financially successful applying for and using credit. Here are a few ways to build credit for the first time. Open a savings account at a bank that reports to all 3 credit bureaus. Then take out a loan using the account as security and make monthly payments on time. Have a relative add you as an authorized user on his or her credit card. Your relative's history will flow onto your credit report. Apply for a secured credit card with a bank that reports monthly to all 3 bureaus. Making credit changes at life stages. As you move through life, you find new needs for credit and encounter new challenges in keeping your credit strong when life gets bumpy. Chapters 11 and 12 help you negotiate life's often turbulent credit waters without capsizing your boat. Credit plays a strong role in every aspect of life, including getting a job, buying a home or renting an apartment, purchasing a car, insuring your home and car, getting married or divorced, paying medical bills, planning for retirement and end-of-life expenses, and more. Many people know that because a prospective employer may check your credit in the hiring process, having good credit while job hunting is important. But how can you keep your credit in good shape when you've been laid off and don't have enough income to handle all your bills? Chapter 12 tells you how. It also gives you practical tips for safeguarding your credit before, during, and after a divorce. Avoiding pitfalls. Whether you're new to credit or you're a credit veteran, you need to be careful of counterproductive actions. Some examples of things we advise you to avoid if at all possible are payday lenders, refund anticipation loans, check cashers, and credit repair companies. You won't go blind from using a payday lender once for an emergency, but the very concept of this type of high-interest loan is flawed. If you have no savings, you're living paycheck to paycheck, and an emergency expense comes up, does getting a payday loan make sense? You have to pay back a short-term, 2 weeks or so, loan on your next payday. But all that money is already committed, so how can you pay it back? Chances are you'll need more than one loan and end up owing lots of money in interest charges. Refund anticipation loans are another potentially counterproductive borrowing product. These loans accelerate an e-filed tax refund by a very short period for a very large fee when calculated as an annual percentage rate (APR). Plus, if your refund is held up or reduced, you owe more money on the loan than you expected. Check cashers perform a valid but expensive function for people with no bank accounts who need to cash checks. We suggest that you get a bank account so you have a place to begin saving and stop paying for unnecessary check cashing. Credit repair companies have a horrid reputation. Legislation called the Credit Repair Organizations Act has tried to limit the damage caused by fraudulent actions that some companies advise to rig the credit reporting system. If you're thinking of credit repair companies, think again. Debt settlers can put you into an adversarial process in which you can get caught in the middle of a financial and legal tug-of-war with potentially devastating consequences. We cover them in Chapter 4. Managing credit in today's unforgiving economy. The concept of credit is easy to understand. You receive something now in return for your believable promise to pay for it later. Mortgages, student loans, credit cards, auto loans, and other types of credit all fit this definition. Some people think that credit is a way to increase their income. It's not, although credit can help you manage your income. Others see credit as a way to enhance status. We have a platinum card and you don't. These distinctions are just ways to wrap additional products, features, and profits into the same credit instrument. Credit enables you to conveniently spend money that you've already earned or saved, or to spend money today that you'll earn tomorrow. But spending tomorrow's money today gets people in more trouble than they ever dreamed of, trouble that can cost them huge interest payments and fees and shut them out of future opportunities. For those with a combination of poor credit management and bad luck, the trouble can take the form of collections and lawsuits. But not for you. Managing your finances is easy if you know the rules of the game, do some basic and painless planning, and know where you stand. Planning for success. Behind every successful person or venture is a plan. Whether it's detailed or general, a plan for your money and your credit is one of the basic criteria for success. Why? Because others have a plan for your money, and if you don't have one, their plan will win. Your financial plan begins with envisioning your future as you'd like it to be. Do you desire a home, an education, vacations, a family? The basis of your plan consists of your personal dreams and vision expressed as goals. Long and short-term goals form a firm base on which to build a plan, and they give you the incentive to fund your plan with savings and targeted spending. Counting up all your income and making decisions on how much to spend and how much to put toward your goals comes next. Called a budget or spending plan, this tool becomes your roadmap to financial success. Chapter 18 provides step-by-step instructions for setting up your goals and plan. After deciding on your goals and setting up your spending plan, you want to consider how credit can help. Using credit cards for convenience and auto and home loans for big-ticket items helps accomplish your goals. Each has different criteria to access to the best, lowest-priced products. The criteria you bring to the table are found in your credit report and credit score. Reviewing your credit report. Your credit is increasingly used to predict your future value as a customer, employee, and insurance risk. Why? Because if you have bad credit, you're more likely to file insurance claims and perform less well in your job. Research shows that employees with credit problems are less productive and have more absences than those with a good credit. So employers use credit reports during the hiring process to complete their assessments of candidates. In a competitive job market, a bad credit report can make the difference between getting an offer and seeing the employer move on to the next candidate. Lending decisions used to be based on who you were. A local banker typically would know you personally and could approve or deny your application based on your reputation and his prior experience with you. Today, few borrowers have personal relationships with their lenders. Even if they do, most loans go before a committee that requires more than a personal reference to approve a loan. Using the information in your credit report enables a group of strangers to objectively assess your payback record. Lenders still like to see evidence of character, capacity, and collateral, known as the 3 C's of lending. Your credit reports show your character, whether you keep your promises, and help measure your capacity, how much credit you've handled before. These 2 factors can impact the amount of collateral you need to secure a loan at a given rate. The information in your credit report is essential to your financial life, but what if your file contains mistakes? Your credit report contains personal information, account information, and public legal records about you. After you know what is in your report, you can take simple steps to delete out-of-date or erroneous information and add positive data that polishes your credit image to get you what you want and need. Knowing your credit score. Your credit score is a numerical analysis of the years of credit data contained in your credit report. The organizations that calculate your credit score use a proven algorithm formula that can predict the likelihood of you defaulting on your next loan over the next 2 years. Your score doesn't take into account characteristics like gender, race, nationality, or marital status. The result is a discrimination and prejudice-free assessment of you as a credit risk. See Chapter 19. Boiling down the decision-making process to a 3-digit score also gives you the convenience of a quick approval or denial of your credit application. 2 main scoring models are in use today, FICO and Vantage Score. Both scores range from 300 to 850. Several weighted factors make up your score. By understanding these factors, you can avoid surprises when you apply for that mortgage or other loan. Chapter 13 gives you detailed definitions of each of these scoring factors and tells you how to boost your score with simple credit management techniques, like keeping your card balances below 30% of your limit and using your savings account to secure a low-interest rate loan. The differences in interest payments over a number of years can run from hundreds of dollars on a credit card to tens of thousands for a mortgage. All the information used to determine your credit score is contained in one place. Your credit report. Well, 3 places. You have at least 3 credit reports from the credit bureaus Equifax and Experian and TransUnion. The result is that you probably have at least 3 different credit scores. How can you be sure that the information in each of your credit reports is accurate and as positive as possible, leading to the highest possible credit scores? Great credit begins by knowing what's in your report and what's not. Part 4 provides more information about monitoring your credit reports and scores. Considering credit a renewable resource, some people have a block when it comes to math. That block can carry over into credit, which is based on seemingly endless and confusing numbers. We've helped clients understand credit by relating it to something everyone understands: the environment. Everyone knows that pollution is bad for the environment. Everyone knows that environmental resources can either be overused and diminished or be managed well and renewed. And everyone knows that a balance among all the environment's parts is necessary for the environment to be healthy and sustainable. The same principles apply to credit. We call this credit environment, your credit ecosystem. You may find understanding your credit easier if you view it as its own ecosystem. Each credit scoring component affects the others, and pollution in the form of negative reported behavior hurts your ecosystem. Like the real-world ecosystem, damage from credit pollution takes time to clean up. If the damage is bad enough, it causes severe systemic damage for years before your credit environment can recover. You manage your credit environment by limiting your use of credit and monitoring your credit's health by being aware of your credit score and the information flowing into your reports. Doing so keeps everything in harmony, and the resulting balance strengthens your credit ecosystem. Overspending and overusing credit deplete your resources faster than you can replace them, much like overfishing or excessive logging. An ever-increasing accumulation of debt from using more credit than you have income to support strains your credit ecosystem, perhaps to the point of collapse. Defaulting on payments introduces pollution into your credit report. Like an oil spill, this pollution can't be covered up and hidden. You have to clean it up properly and put safeguards in place to prevent it from happening again. Credit pollution, like its environmental counterpart, has effects beyond your credit report. A polluted credit report can hurt your job prospects, place a strain on your finances in the form of larger payments for insurance and loans, and more. We call credit used wisely, in accordance with your plan to build a positive credit history and score green credit. Chapter 17 gives you more insight into this way of understanding your credit and managing it like a renewable resource. Green credit is part of a balanced spending and income system that's reflected in your spending plan. By using credit judiciously, as you would organic fertilizer, you increase the buying power of your present income in a responsible way and replenish the resources you're using before they run out. Chapter 2 Turning Your Credit Around 27 Chapter 2 Turning Your Credit Around. Everybody makes a wrong turn or gets lost from time to time. Sometimes you misunderstand a road sign, other times you get bad directions. And then there are times when you just don't know how to get where you're going but decide to try anyway and figure it out along the journey. Credit works the same way. The big difference is that a lot of people watch and keep score of how you find your way. If your credit isn't in great shape, you want to get it back on track as quickly as possible. Like a road trip that takes you where you want to go, building and improving your credit helps you attain your life goals. You're more likely to enjoy your journey if you have specific, self-serving, and enjoyable goals in mind when you begin your trip to get into better credit shape. Give yourself permission to dream. Identifying those goals is your first step. You don't have to lay out your whole future in financial terms, but thinking at least 5 years ahead is an excellent way to start, and it's easy and fun to boot. Credit, like a car, is a means to an end, a tool and nothing more. Building up your credit for no purpose is dull. Credit with a destination is exciting. In this chapter, knowing what hurts and helps your credit score the most, deciding whether to use a cosigner, cleaning up your credit with some credit tools, improving your credit with both small and big purchases, using debt to build good credit. 28 Part 1 Getting Started with Credit Repair. This chapter is dedicated to helping you improve your credit and boost your credit score. Consider it your roadmap designed to help you prevent those credit negatives or pesky detours from adding up. Allow me to serve as your navigator. Time to gas up the car and hit the road. Understanding how your actions impact your credit score. Every time you use or abuse your credit, it has an effect on your credit score. The impact varies with the type of action. Positive actions, like paying bills on time, raise your score and lower your risk in the eyes of a lender, insurer, or landlord. Negative actions do the opposite, and depending on what the damaging action was, could be a big deal or a minor and temporary inconvenience. What factors impact your credit score? Payment history, credit utilization ratio, age of credit history, your credit mix, and new credit inquiries. For example, items in the small drop category in Figure 2:1 are minimal and can be offset quickly with other positive actions or even the passage of time. Think of them as small meteors that harmlessly burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. The major and maximum impact items in Figure 2:1 are more like dinosaur killer meteors. Figure 2:1. The Actions and Impacts chart shows the relative impact of positive and negative actions on your credit score. Courtesy of VantageScore. Figure 2:2 helps illustrate the recovery time for 5 different impacts to your credit score. Using a cosigner to raise your score. Getting a loan by having someone cosign for you is a triple-edged sword. Cosigning means that another party, usually a person with better credit, signs alongside you to guarantee future payments if you default, drop dead, or are abducted by aliens. As long as your lender reports to the bureaus each time you make a payment on time and for the right amount, you and your cosigner both accumulate more positive items. Also, see Chapter 10 for information on authorized users. As time goes by, this helps offset earlier negative items on your report. Like falling snow, the good stuff covers all the muck underneath. Although a co-signed loan can help get positive info onto your credit report, I call it a triple-edged sword because you may be borrowing when you shouldn't. If a professional lender is reluctant to give you a loan, the lender has a good reason. So now the co-signer, who's not a professional and who likely has emotional ties clouding her judgment, decides that guaranteeing your loan is okay. The co-signer is at risk if you default. The co-signer is fully responsible for the payment. If it takes 60 days for the co-signer to be informed that you haven't paid on time, his or her credit gets dinged, as does yours. Figure 2-2. Score Recovery Chart. Courtesy of VantageScore. A default could destroy a relationship. If your ability to pay off the loan is compromised and you incur late fees or penalties or default on the loan, your co-signer is fully liable, and her credit score may be damaged. This scenario just may mean the end of your relationship, but it does not end the loan obligation. My advice: if you ask a friend or relative to co-sign a loan, make sure that the loan is for as short a period as possible. The longer the loan is outstanding, the greater the chance a problem will arise or the relationship will become strained. Also, put your agreement in writing to make it official and to ensure that you both understand what you're agreeing to. Turning small purchases into big credit. Because a lot of your credit score is based on using credit and making payments on time, see Chapter 13. I recommend using small purchases to get back into good standing quickly. Why does making small purchases work so well? Because each item costs less, so more purchases are reported to the credit bureaus faster. My rule is that if it costs more than $10, charge it and pay it off each month. Steve Bucci's theory of good enough credit. I often advocate the concept of good enough credit as opposed to perfect credit. Your credit standing, which is represented by your credit score, is a reflection of your life in financial terms. Lose your job, get a divorce, suffer an illness, the fallout from these life events shows up on your credit report and affects your credit score in one way or another. Late payments and too much borrowing activity are symptoms that may appear in your credit data. Although these events may lower your score to a degree, you shouldn't be driven to aspire to a perfect credit score of 850. Your life isn't perfect, just ask your mother-in-law, so don't expect your credit history to be perfect either. Again, credit is only a means to an end. As long as your credit score remains good enough to get you what you need and want, you're in good shape to achieve your financial goals. No use staying up nights worrying if your credit score has dropped from 775 to 774. A bad credit score can cost a lot in extra payments. For example, say you buy a house for $360,000 at a 30-year fixed rate with a down payment of $60,000. If your credit score is 639 instead of 760, you have to pay about $104,415 more in interest over the life of your loan. Major bank cards certainly report your activity to the credit bureaus. Some store cards may report to only one bureau, or they may not report at all. To find out whether your credit card purchases are being reported and scored, call your card's customer service number and ask. If your score is less than stellar, don't despair. Practicing good credit habits will raise your score over time. Scoring models look at how much of your limit you use. The more you use above a certain percentage, the higher the risk they believe you to be. To maximize your credit score, spread purchases over more than one card to keep your balance on each card as small a percentage of your maximum limit as possible. There is no magic number, but staying under 20% to 30% of your maximum limit or less is a good goal. Say you have two cards, one with a $10,000 limit and one with a $20,000 limit. Simply charge twice as much on the higher limit card to maximize your score. When your balance exceeds 20% of your limit, you begin to lose points. So, even if you're making lots of small purchases, do your best to either pay off the balance each month or keep it under 20% utilization. This is one of the fastest ways to see improvement to your credit score. Pick up some extra points on your credit score by following a simple plan. Always pay on time. Your payment history makes up the largest chunk of your credit score. Reduce your debt load. Only use credit to the extent that you can pay it off every month or keep your total balance below 20% of your credit limit. Check your credit report for errors. You can get free credit reports from the credit bureaus or by requesting it from www.annualcreditreport.com or 877-322-8228. Send a dispute letter to the relevant credit bureau if you find mistakes. Keep your old accounts. Long credit history indicates stability. Be patient. It may feel like credit mistakes will haunt you forever, but your payment history from the past 2 years is more important than your payment history prior to that. Are you less concerned about your score than about paying down your balances? Some experts suggest that you pay down balances based on the interest rate, that is, pay them in descending order starting with the highest interest rate to save money on overall payments. Others say that paying off smaller accounts first gives you a feeling of accomplishment and therefore you're more likely to achieve your overall goal. My suggestion is that you choose the approach you find more satisfying. Just be sure that you make the choice. Don't let the first bill that shows up get the extra payment by chance. Make a list of each credit card, its balance, and its credit limit. Then allocate your payments to reduce your percentage of credit used to 45% or less of the limit on as many accounts as possible. Doing so creates some great positive data in your credit report. This approach not only enables you to regain control of your accounts but also helps you maximize your credit score. Because accounts that creditors that don't report to the credit reporting agencies. Why doesn't every creditor report your history to all 3 credit bureaus? Because every time your creditors send data on you to a bureau, they have to pay a fee. Some lenders don't think that this step is worth the expense. Others don't see themselves as lenders. They may order a credit report before approving your loan or credit card application, but they want to save as much profit as they can. Typically, these non-reporters include credit unions. They look to save money where they can, so some may report to only one bureau and not all 3. Utilities. They don't see themselves as lenders, so they don't use credit reports to hook you up. They also usually don't report unless you pay very late. Tradespeople. They aren't lenders but craftsmen and women. Doctors and hospitals. They don't see themselves as lenders, so they usually don't pay to report unless they send a bill to an outside collector. Collectors report you to the bureaus. Local finance companies. They may not report to a bureau, but they may come visit you if you're late. Landlords. Most landlords don't report to credit bureaus but may report to a rent bureau. See Chapter 14. However, high-volume landlords, those with a lot of properties, are now able to report rental payments directly to the credit bureaus each month. TransUnion, for example, requires a landlord to have at least 100 accounts before reporting tenant data. Some landlords with 500 or fewer units may report to a rent bureau, such as Experian's Rent Bureau service. Insurance companies. They don't report to the bureaus but may report to specialized bureaus like the Medical Information Bureau or CLUE. The impact of paying late, however, could end up increasing your rates. If you have a creditor that isn't reporting your activity to all or even 1 or 2 of the credit bureaus, you'll get 0 to limited benefit from using it responsibly. However, even some prepaid card issuers are offering special offers, cashback rewards, or mileage for travel. Exceed 50% of the limit, count more heavily against you. When all your cards are at 45% of your limit or below, you may want to allocate more money to the highest interest rate cards. If you don't have a major bank credit card, you may want to try a secured card. You can get one without a fee if you shop around. A secured card differs from a regular Visa or MasterCard in that you maintain a balance in a savings account equal to your credit limit. Some cards may allow you more credit than you have on deposit. To guarantee your payment, secured card activity is reported just as any other credit card activity is reported, and it affects your credit score in the same way. So it can be a great option if you're trying to build credit. You can find great card comparisons at www.bankrate.com or www.creditcards.com. The latter has two sections to help you find the right card depending on your circumstance. One section, www.creditcards.com/bad-credit.php closing parenthesis, is helpful for those with bad or damaged credit. The other section, www.creditcards.com/nocredithistory.php, is for those who have little or no experience when credit or who need to start a U.S. credit history. Credit from overseas doesn't follow you. Generally, in a typical credit market, if you make all your payments on time for a year, you should have enough of a positive payment history to get an unsecured credit card. Maximizing your credit score with major expenditures. Big-ticket creditors, those that specialize in expensive products or services, typically report to the credit bureaus. The reason is simple: they have a lot more to lose if they lend based on inaccurate information, so they want to see as complete and accurate a file as possible. Examples of big-ticket items that may enhance credit activity are home mortgages, cars, boats, student loans, furniture, and appliances. Major credit purchases may give your credit score a boost for two reasons. A major purchase is more likely to be in the form of a secured installment loan. Secured means that you pledge collateral on the item you purchase as security for the loan. If you default on the loan, the lender repossesses the security you pledged. In other words, you don't get to keep the item you purchased. Adding secured credit to the other types of credit you use, such as revolving credit cards, helps raise your credit score. You make the same payment each month. When it comes to credit scoring, making set monthly payments enables the people who figure your score to discover more about your creditworthiness. Making a set monthly payment is a measure of your stability. This is different from paying on a credit card, where you can vary your payments depending on your cash flow. Adhering to a regular payment schedule also indicates that you can handle a higher limit than you may have on a store, gas, or credit card account. Leveraging your mortgage. Owning a home and paying your mortgage can help build your credit in a few different ways. Credit renters look at your credit report and credit score in order to rate your lendability, but they ultimately rely on you to be responsible for making the payments. Here's where the 3 C's of credit really show up. Character, collateral, and capacity are what credit scoring and lending are all about. A mortgage on your report tells the reader in the score that you have all 3 of the C's, and that at least one lender was so sure about you that it was willing to lend you a huge amount of money. The report indicates a large installment loan with fixed payments for a long period. All these factors favorably affect your credit score. The opposite is also true, because of the huge amount of money involved in the seriousness of a long-term commitment. A mortgage default counts for a large negative on your credit history. A foreclosure is an even bigger negative. A mortgage is secured by the house, so if you default, the lender forecloses and takes the house back to pay off the loan. A foreclosure ends up costing the lender an average of tens of thousands of dollars when all is said and done. But don't feel too bad for the lender. You're held responsible in one way or another for any loss on the loan. Home equity lines of credit and home equity loans are a popular subset of traditional mortgages. They're good ways to access money at a low interest rate. They also represent new and additional borrowing on your credit report. For example, you can take out a big mortgage and have only one lender report one loan to the bureaus. If you use a home equity loan or line of credit in addition to your mortgage, you use the same collateral, your home, and borrow the same amount as you would with a bigger mortgage, but you do so with more than one loan. Thus, more than one item gets reported to the credit bureau each month, building more positive information in the same period. See the lines versus loans sidebar for more. This scenario has a hitch, however, as you stack more debt on your home or your home decreases in value. You may reach the point where you and your castle are upside down, that is, you owe more on your home than it's worth. I've seen some homes so far upside down that their owners think they'll never get their money back and question whether continuing to pay good money into a bad investment makes sense. You may think that because you have a 30-year mortgage, you can just wait until prices rise to clear up your debt-to-value problem. But what if your boss offers you the general manager's job in a city too far away to commute to? Or what if the company lays you off and you either have to move to find work or downsize to reduce your mortgage commitment? Or what if your adjustable rate mortgage resets and you can't afford the payment anymore? You'd then be in the position of needing to sell the house. But not at a price that would. Lines versus loans. What's the difference between a home equity loan and a home equity line of credit? Here's the scoop. A home equity loan is for a specified lump sum or single cash payment, say $10,000. When you get the home equity loan, you get the 10 big ones to put down on that car or whatever else you want to buy. And you have an installment payment due every month, usually at a set interest rate for a set amount of time. In the old days, these loans were called second mortgages, and they were a sure sign that you were on the path to ruin. Today, they're called equity products, and too many of us seem to have more than one. And yes, they're still a sign that you could be on the road to ruin. With home equity line of credit, you get a line of credit, maybe for $10,000 or $20,000. Depending on how much you want to have available in case you need it. You don't have to take any money out of the line unless you have a use for it. The money just sits there like a wallflower at a dance, waiting for you to ask it to tango. Generally, you have a set period called a draw period, during which you can access the credit, in a set period before which you have to pay it back. So until you use it all, the money is available and just sits there through the remainder of the draw period for free, or sometimes for a small annual fee. When you do draw money from the line, you generally have the option of paying it off anytime without a prepayment penalty. The loan terms often allow you to pay only the interest and not the principal, an interest-only loan. The principal is due at the end of a period set in the loan agreement. Or you can choose to pay both interest and principal until the debt is paid off. Some loans allow you to decide what you're going to pay on a month-by-month basis, such as paying the principal and interest one month but only the interest the next. Lines of credit are subject to review, and unused portions may be reduced or eliminated if conditions warrant. Satisfy the loans attached to your home. If you don't have the money to make up the difference, you could face a potential foreclosure or lost opportunity. See Chapter 7 for more information about how to avoid a foreclosure. Financing your car. Because of the very large price tags on most cars, most of us require some financing in order to purchase one. Such financing typically comes in the form of a 5+ year installment loan. Anyone lending you money to buy a car receives and reports credit bureau data. When lenders go on the hook for that much money, they want to be sure that you'll make your payments, even if you get in a cash squeeze. Most car loans are secured by the car. If you're debating using equity in your home to purchase a car, be careful. Using a home equity loan to buy a car may offer a tax advantage or a low interest rate. But it may increase the risk of a home default and subsequent foreclosure if you can't make the extra payment. If you default on that home equity loan, your car won't be repossessed. Instead, and much worse, your home may be foreclosed on. Plus, any mortgage debt forgiven in a short sale or foreclosure may be subject to income taxes. Although the Mortgage Forgiveness Debt Relief Act eliminates taxes due on forgiven mortgage debts, it excludes non-house related debts. See Chapter 6. Be sure to pay off the loan you used to buy your old car before you buy your next new one. Some people keep old car loans on their home equity lines long after the cars are gone and keep adding new balances without paying off the old ones. Doing so can lead to an unpleasant surprise when interest rates go up or you need to sell your home. Weighing the pluses and minuses of leases. Leasing is a popular way to get a car. Please note, I didn't say buy a car, because you don't own the car in a lease arrangement. Consider a lease a long-term rental. Leases are popular because they generally require only a small down payment or perhaps none at all. Plus, they're a tax write-off if you're a business person. Signing the lease commits you to a stream of payments for an extended period, so this activity is normally reported to the credit bureaus. Leases are difficult and costly to terminate. Unlike with a car loan, you can't sell the car and pay off the loan. With a lease, you owe all the payments, and you can't terminate the lease without making all the payments first. An active duty service person who is called away for military service can break a car lease. Chapter 5 covers this provision in more detail. To read the Service Members Civil Relief Act (SCRA) in its entirety, check out www.congress.gov/108/pub189/pla-108pub189.pdf. Steering clear of upside-down loans. The term sounds as uncomfortable as it is. Basically, in an upside-down loan, you owe more than the value of the item securing the loan. Avoid being upside down in a car loan or any secured loan. Upside-down home mortgages work similarly, if you can help it. A repossession or default is a negative on your credit report and causes your score to fall hard. An upside-down loan can hurt you when you want or need to sell the car and stop making payments. Say you owe $10,000 on a car loan, and the value of the car is $7,000. You have to come up with a $3,000 difference or you can't sell the car. If you're in an accident and the car is totaled, the insurance company pays only what the car is worth. You have to pay the upside-down part. This situation gets worse if your financial situation changes. You can't make the payments on the car, and the creditor repossesses the car. The car is worth $7,000, but that's the retail value. The lender is likely to sell the car at auction, where the creditor gets only $5,000. Among the towing guy, the attorney, and the sales commission to the auctioneer, the fees on the repossession are $2,000. So you are credited with $3,000 against the $10,000 you owe. Now you owe $7,000 in a lump sum to settle your account. You have no car, and you have bad credit. Paying back student loans. Because of the increasingly unaffordable price tag on higher education, many people have student loans. Student loans make a lot of sense to lenders, although the person responsible for repayment may have no income at the time of the loan. The lender expects that good income is just around the corner, and the person will soon pay the loan back. But what really makes these loans attractive to lenders is that they can't lose. Almost no student loans are dischargeable in bankruptcy, except in extreme situations, meaning that you have to pay them back sooner or later. Check out www.smartasset.com for a student loan calculator. If you have a student loan, chances are that it appears on your credit report. It may be reported more than once. Why? A loan is usually for a semester's or a year's worth of school expenses. Each loan is reported as a separate loan for each enrollment period. So 4 years' worth of student loans may add either 4 or 8 loans to your credit report. Credit reporting agencies may consolidate all the loans into one trade line, but only if they recognize them as part of a single transaction. Making payments and/or filing for benefits on time reflects a positive history on your credit report and adds to your credit score. This can be a lot of good news for your credit report. Conversely, if you end up in default on your student loans, you'll see a lot of negative marks on your credit report from all those individual loan entries. And your credit score will fall. Any missed payments are reported to the bureaus, and you're subject to the full range of collection activity, just like you would be with any other loan. If you consolidate your loans after graduation, they'll show up on your report as one loan. Consolidating is the process of refinancing all your individual loans into a single loan. The original loans are marked paid in full, and the interest rate for the consolidated loan is often lower and the repayment term typically longer than for the individual loans. The net result is the convenience of a single, lower monthly payment. With a consolidated loan, you typically have a number of different repayment options, including paying the same amount each month, paying less now and more later, and basing your payments on your income. Student loans aren't secured with collateral in the normal sense of the word. When you default on a student loan, you can't defer payment of the loan. In fact, you may have to pay it all at once unless you can come up with an acceptable repayment scheme. Additionally, you're not eligible for further student aid. Your school may withhold your transcripts. State and federal income tax refunds may be used to offset the loan amounts. And your wages when you get that job may be garnished. Finally, if you don't pay long enough, your Social Security benefits may be garnished. Understanding how good debt builds good credit. No doubt about it, getting into debt can get you into trouble. And if you're reading this book, chances are you've had some experience with debt trouble, or you're being proactive and hoping to avert potential credit problems. Although debt certainly has a downside, borrowing money can also do a great deal of good for your credit record. In the following sections, I tell you how achieving goals with the help of credit debt enables you to take advantage of those opportunities and experiences that enhance your life and create joy and fulfillment. That dream home with the white picket fence, the around-the-world cruise, the Ivy League education, and more. When you can train your sights on your life goals and develop a spending plan that allows you to get there in the time frame you set, you've found the secret to the true value of credit. Sending a message to potential lenders: if you had no debt ever, then you'd never have used credit, and you wouldn't likely have a credit report or credit score. But let's face it, in today's world, living without credit is hard. Most people need credit to buy those big-ticket items, vehicles, homes, higher education, and they rely on credit for life's emergencies. Creating a positive credit history, a credit reputation of sorts, says to prospective lenders that you're a good credit risk. Showing that you can handle debt puts you in a position to receive the best rates and terms. Using credit wisely not only is good for your lifestyle but also gives prospective creditors the opportunity to show you the respect you deserve based on your past performance. Lenders prefer to loan money to individuals who've borrowed before, who can show that they understand the commitment of credit, and who have a history of prompt payment and reliable follow-through. In fact, given the choice between lending to someone who's never borrowed before and someone with a history of debt, even with a couple of blips on the report, my guess is that most creditors would favor the credit veteran over the rookie. Think of it this way: say your two 20-year-old nephews ask to borrow your car. One has never driven before, and the other has a 4-year driving history, but got a parking ticket last year. Who would you give the keys to? Giving non-lenders a sense of how you handle responsibility. If you've had no debt and therefore have no credit history, you may find yourself disadvantaged in other ways. Many prospective employers check your credit record as part of the hiring process. If you have no record, they can't confirm their good opinion of you. Plus, they can't use your credit history as a positive factor when deciding whether to hire you. Without that credit record, they lack an additional tool when comparing your application to those of other applicants. The same holds true when it comes to renting an apartment, applying for insurance, and so on. If you have no track record, you're an untested risk. Selecting the best tools for building your credit. I've learned over time that using the right tools makes any job go faster and gives me better results. The tools for mending your credit are readily available, and I show you how to find and use them in this section. I begin with essential preparation by walking you through a spending plan, and then I discuss how to tweak your credit report. Finally, I tell you how to determine when the job is done by using your credit score. Spending your way to better credit with a spending plan. Unless you have a trust fund or you make a huge amount of money and just can't seem to spend it all, you need a spending plan. A spending plan, which helps you take care of today's responsibilities and tomorrow's goals, has 4 components. Household income. This includes all the money coming in from salaries, tips, overtime pay, bonuses, the royalties, and so on. Be sure to consider your payroll deductions, such as money you put into a retirement plan, as income. Living expenses. Your present outlay, from groceries and lunch money to rent or mortgage, makes up your expenses. Also consider those non-essential frivolities that crop up, like your daily dose of designer coffee or the occasional trip to the movies. Savings for financial goals. In this category, you account for vacations, college education, retirement, and other important goals. Emergency fund. Without an emergency fund to cover unexpected and usually unpleasant life events, such as a medical expense or a job loss, you won't succeed. Saving for that unexpected emergency is critical. You need between 6 and 12 months of living expenses. Otherwise, when the emergency comes along, you have to get the money from one of 2 sources. The future, as in spending tomorrow's money today, or your savings for your goals, as in the money you were setting aside for that Ferrari. Adding up your income. Here's how a spending plan works. You start by identifying all your household income. That's your regular salary or wage plus overtime pay, bonuses, and predictable windfalls like an IRS refund if you're pretty sure you'll get one. If you're self-employed, I'm talking about your net income from your business or practice here. Saving in your company retirement account makes sense, especially if your employer matches your contributions. Plus, saving for retirement probably ties into one of your goals unless you plan to die at your desk. Adding up all your expenses after you have the income part down on paper or in your computer. Do the same with your expenses. Make sure to include savings as an expense for each of the financial goals you list. The best way to manage this goal-based savings is to estimate how far in the future the goal is, what the goal costs, and what you have to put aside each month to cover the expense in time. For example, say you want to take a cruise on your wedding anniversary 3 years from now. The cost is $3,600 for the two of you. That's 36 months at $100 a month. If you can't afford the $100 a month, postpone the cruise for a year and save $75 a month instead, or take a cheaper cruise and still go in 3 years. The next time you find yourself standing before the flat-screen TV at the mall, your picture of the future will be in clear focus, the cruise or the TV. But not both. Paying your existing debts. Don't forget to set aside money to pay your existing debts, such as credit card balances and car loans. You may need to tweak your plan now and then to reconcile the numbers and the time frames for your goals. But you're now more firmly in control of your financial future. From here on, you make the decisions about what money goes to which categories, not the marketing guys. Chapter 18 goes into more detail on budgeting for your future. Tracking your progress. Paying attention to your credit report and score. Knowing where you and your credit stand is important so that you can gauge your progress and make adjustments if necessary. You don't need to check your credit every day, but you should take advantage of all the opportunities you have for free peaks that come your way. You get a free copy of your credit report annually, another free copy if you apply for credit and don't get the top rate, another when a credit report is used to set your insurance cost, and yet another if you're out of work. The Fair and Accurate Credit Transactions Act, also known as the FACT Act or FACTA, requires all 3 major credit reporting bureaus to provide you with a free copy of your credit report once a year. Some states require that you be given 2 reports annually. Stagger getting a copy of your report from each of the 3 bureaus because they often contain different information. See Chapter 14 for information on how to get your reports. When you get your credit reports, read them over and make sure that the information is accurate, complete, and up to date. Chapter 14 explains how to scrutinize your credit reports and fix any errors you find. Generally, negative items stay on your credit report for 7 years. The main exceptions are overdue tax debts, which stay until they are resolved; child support defaults, which stay posted until they're cleared up; bankruptcy, which remains on your report for up to 10 years. Positive account information stays on your credit report for much longer. Some positive trade lines continue to be reported for 10, 20, or even 30 years. Chapter 3 Cleaning up your credit reports. 43 Chapter 3 Cleaning up your credit reports. We live in an information age. Instead of talking, we text, tweet, and TikTok the mobile app, not the sound of an old clock. When we hear the word Amazon, we don't think of the rainforest in Brazil, but of a vast online shopping site where we can buy just about anything from just about anywhere. Today, you can research a new car, apply for a loan, and have the car delivered to your driveway without ever leaving the comfort of your couch. You and your couch may be in an apartment with a lease you applied for online, or in a house you refinanced through the internet. All these relationships and transactions depend on the flow of vast amounts of information. And your credit report is a critical part of that information, especially in financial transactions. When it goes right, we all benefit. But with billions of pieces of data floating around, errors can and do happen. You have a say in how you run your financial life and pay your bills, and that payment information should be reported accurately. Mistakes, misreported information, and identity theft or fraud all can affect your credit reports. In this chapter, understanding why good credit is important, verifying the accuracy of your credit reports, knowing how credit-related laws can help you, disputing and correcting errors on your credit reports, ensuring that your reports contain positive information. More and more financial decisions are being made from a long distances by people who know you only from your credit file. In this environment, where your credit reports can make all the difference in whether you get a job, an apartment, or a loan, you should play an active part in ensuring your credit profile is as accurate as possible. That's why knowing what's in your credit report and polishing it to its highest luster are vitally important. The tools are yours to use, you just need to know what and where they are. That's what this chapter is all about, helping you look your very best by burnishing your credit reports. It can sound intimidating, but cleaning up your credit reports is not as difficult as you may think. The following sections give you the knowledge you need to make your reports look their best as quickly as possible. Can you erase the past? No, but you can take steps to ensure all the information is accurate, that it all belongs to you, and that bad stuff that should be removed is removed, including fraudulent information. Understanding the true value of good credit. Banks and credit unions regularly review your credit profile and use the information largely to decide whether to approve you for a loan or to determine what interest rate to charge you. But banks and credit unions aren't the only ones with a legal right to check your credit report. Employers, landlords, insurance companies, and others are increasingly using the data in your credit reports to make all kinds of decisions, including whether to extend credit to you and on what terms, rent you an apartment, grant you insurance coverage, or set premium prices, hire you for a new job, or give you a promotion at work. Although it's important to stress that although your credit report may be used for employment decisions, employers never get credit scores, award you a professional license in your line of work, qualify you for security clearance for your job, or in the military. The people who make such decisions know that they're part of an increasingly litigious society. Discrimination on any basis can cost them massive court awards. Consequently, they use independent data, devoid of discrimination, favoritism, or prejudice, to support and validate their decisions. What does this mean to you? If you have negative items on your credit report, you may pay more for an apartment, an insurance policy, or a loan, or you may not qualify at all. That's why having a solid credit report is so important. The information in your credit report is a good predictor of future financial and non-financial behavior in your life. So if you're borrowing, looking for work or a place to live, seeking career advancement, renewing insurance, or getting licensed, you want to make sure that your credit information is accurate, current, and, yes, about you and not someone else. Steering clear of credit repair companies when you're desperate for a quick credit fix. Claims from organizations saying, "We can fix your credit today," sound too good to be true. That's because they are. Predatory credit repair companies know that you're looking for any glimmer of hope. What they really do is take advantage of your desperation and lack of knowledge to separate you from your hard-earned money, while your credit report goes unchanged. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, may have said it best: credit repair companies can't remove negative information that's accurate and timely from your credit report. Anything a credit repair company can do legally, you can do for yourself at little or no cost. Only time and a personal debt repayment plan will improve your credit. Here are several other reasons you should avoid credit repair companies that promise a quick fix for a fee. Credit repair services are expensive. If you're having trouble paying your bills, money is probably already tight. The last thing you can afford is paying someone to do something you can do yourself for free. Some services charge a monthly fee. Just do a quick online search and you'll find fees starting at $99 per month. That's almost $1,200 per year. We've personally seen instances where the credit repair firm charges $700 to $1,000 per account to dispute the information. If you had that much extra cash lying around, you would be better off using it to pay down existing debts and other monthly bills. That would do more for your credit report and credit scores than paying someone to give you false hope. Remember, websites and advertisements for credit repair firms can look very convincing, even to people who are very knowledgeable. They're still charging for services that you can do for free. Continued. There's no such thing as an easy or quick fix when it comes to credit. And if you're having credit problems, we'd be willing to bet you don't have any money to spare. Credit repair companies have a terrible track record when it comes to delivering what they promise. For decades, the credit repair industry has had a reputation for taking advantage of desperate consumers. The reputation is so bad, in fact, that in 1996 Congress passed a law trying to rein in their unfair practices. The Credit Repair Organizations Act (CROA) spells out what a credit repair company has to do before it takes a penny from you. Know your rights before you agree to anything with an organization that's promising to fix your credit. Here are a few of the things CROA says a credit repair company must do. It has to fulfill all the terms of a written contract before receiving any payment. If the credit repair company demands money up front or doesn't provide a written contract, it's breaking the law. It must allow you 3 days to withdraw from any agreement. If you change your mind in those 3 days, the company can't take any money or other action against you. It can't ask you to provide false information, such as a name or social security number, to alter your credit history. That's fraud. Which brings us to the next important thing to know about predatory credit repair organizations. Credit repair companies can get you into a lot of trouble. Most credit repair companies use one of two strategies. The first strategy is to challenge or dispute everything on your credit report, even though they and you know the information is accurate. The scheme is to submit so many disputes for the exact same thing that the credit bureau and creditors won't be able to respond to one of the disputes within the legal time frame. As a result, the items not verified will come off your credit report in 30 days. Sounds good, right? Not really. Congress recognized this practice as deceptive and changed the law that governs credit reporting. Now, if a lender doesn't respond in time, the lender can tell the credit bureau to put the information back on your report. The credit bureau has to send you a notice telling you that the information was returned. If the information is accurate, it will eventually come back. And if you're thinking, yeah, but I can get a loan while the information is deleted, consider this when the information comes back on your report. You could be considered to have committed fraud. Ouch. The other strategy is to try to establish a new identity for you using an employer identification number (EIN). The idea is that with your new identification, you'll begin to develop a good credit report and leave all the bad stuff behind. There are several problems with that approach. First, the credit bureaus can recognize numbers that are not valid social security numbers. So an EIN would basically be ignored, or the credit bureaus may add it as a variation in your identifying. Continued. Reviewing your reports for problems. Learning what's in your credit report really isn't hard, although the things you read and hear can make it sound nearly impossible. But it does take a little time, some patience, and occasionally persistence. You don't need to pay anyone to monitor your credit or send you hourly updates on what's happening in your credit universe. You can do so on your own, and for free in most cases. You should watch for potential problems that could indicate you're a victim of identity theft, that information on your report has been confused with someone else, or in relatively rare instances, that mistakes have been made that could cause your application to be declined or pay higher interest rates. Despite common claims, errors in credit reports that would significantly change your credit scores are pretty unusual. The FTC found that only about 5% of credit reports had errors that would result in a drop in credit scores that would affect lending decisions. You probably won't find meaningful errors, but it's still very important to check your reports, just in case you do. Your credit history is used to make an increasingly large number of decisions about your future, financial and otherwise, from lending to insurance to employment. You want to keep a close eye on your credit reports to make sure they're in good shape and ready to work for you when you need them. To begin, arm yourself with the information in your credit reports, one from each of the 3 major credit bureaus, as well as your credit score from FICO, VantageScore, a lender, or a credit bureau. Chapter 14 shows you how to get these reports and your score. Along with the credit score, make sure you get a list of the risk factors that go with it. The risk factors give you specific information about what's having the most impact on your score from your credit report. The risk factors tell you exactly what to look for in your report to work on. Information. Either way, you can't duck your existing credit history. The credit bureaus don't just match to the number, they use all your identifying information. Second, by using false identifying information to try to hide from a bad credit history, both the credit repair company and you may be committing fraud. Especially after you apply for new credit. Why? Because you've essentially established a false identity and tried to get credit under false pretenses. Not a good idea. Remember, if you do what a credit repair company tells you to do and any of it turns out to be against the law, you're responsible and you can be prosecuted. You almost certainly will not be able to get the same exact score your lenders use for a number of reasons. Here are just a few. There are hundreds of different credit scores used by lenders, so the one you get probably won't be exactly the same. Lenders have different scores for different types of lending. For example, when you buy a car, the lender uses a score specifically for auto lending, but if you buy a house, the lender will use a score designed to predict the likelihood you'll pay the mortgage on time. You are getting your credit report and score at a different time than the lender. Scores reflect information in your credit report at the moment it's requested, so the numbers probably won't match. Your lender used a credit report from a different credit bureau to calculate the score. Differences in the credit reports can cause the numbers to be different. Don't get freaked out about not having exactly the same score as the lender. Even though the numbers don't match, what the number represents in terms of risk will be about the same. More important, the risk factors you get with the credit score tend to be very consistent. Address those factors and all your scores will get better. If you can't find out which score is used, any score will do to establish a benchmark of where your credit report ranks and then to track improvement. As you study your credit reports, you may be surprised by how many accounts you find. Because your report lists negative information for 7 years with the exception of Chapter 7 bankruptcy, which lasts 10 years, and positive information for much longer, you could see accounts referred to as trade lines that you've forgotten about, and perhaps even some that you didn't realize you still had. Some creditors, like retail stores, don't close accounts even if you haven't used them in years. Your task is to play credit archaeologist and sift through the trade lines, current and old, if not ancient, and identify any errors and inaccuracies you find. For a rundown on all the different sections of your credit reports, turn to Chapter 14. Here's what you should look for in particular. Verify that your name, address, birth date, and social security number are correct. Variations on your name are okay, for example, Stephen and Steve. With all the data moving through the financial reporting system, however, a junior or senior can easily be missed, or confusion over 2 or 3 designation may occur. The variations you can find listed in your name, social security number and addresses are not mistakes. The credit bureaus list all the variations reported to them to accurately show what your lenders are reporting. If you find variations, the credit bureaus can help you identify the sources and get them corrected. Look to see whether account activity is being reported correctly. If you see accounts that are familiar but activity that isn't, such as a late payment notation when you don't recall having been late, report that error to the credit bureau. An account you don't recognize may be a simple misposting of data from someone else's report, or it may be a sign of something more serious, like identity theft. Contact the bureau and find out. Look out for accounts from banks or stores with which you've never done business. In the most serious cases, accounts you don't recognize could be a sign of identity theft. Or, it could be the result of someone else's account information being added to your credit report because of a misspelled name, a wrong address, or an incorrect social security number. Sometimes a merger or account purchase results in a new trade line showing up on your report. Store credit cards are often reported with the name of the bank that actually owns the account rather than the name of the store. Checking the back of your store card for the bank name can often solve a mystery account. Dispute the account using the instructions on your credit report if you aren't sure about it. Identify and verify any accounts that show negative activity. Negative activity can include anything from a missed or late payment to a charge-off. See Chapter 14 for more on delinquencies or bankruptcy notation. Make sure that this negative information is really yours and is accurate. Also, some negatives are much more serious than others. For example, a 90-day delinquency is more serious than a 30-day delinquency, even though both are negative. Recent negative items are more serious than older ones. Be sure that an account that moved from one source to another is listed as open only once. Bank and store mergers can result in multiple entries for the same account. Multiple entries can make it look like you have excessive amounts of credit available. Be sure the older account entries are listed as closed or have another status indicator that shows they're no longer the active entry. If you make a correction to your file, the change may not be reflected in your credit report right away. The dispute process can take up to 30 days, so it could be a while before the updates appear in your credit report. The good news is that most disputes are completed in 10 to 14 business days and often in just 2 to 3 days. Be sure to allow time for information to be updated if you're planning to apply for new credit. If you're already in the process of applying for a loan, ask whether your lender offers a rapid rescore product for sale. Developed by the 3 major credit bureaus, Rapid Rescore is essentially an unscheduled update to the information on your credit report. If a recent action, such as paying down a balance or closing a card, helps your credit score, then it can be expedited to the bureau as soon as it's made. The credit bureau can then update your file so that you can get an updated report and score in days, not weeks. Using the law to get your credit record clean and keep it that way nowadays, you have expanded rights regarding access to your credit report, granting you more empowerment than perhaps at any other time in the modern history of credit. The Fair Credit Reporting Act (FCRA) and the Fair and Accurate Credit Transactions (FACT) Act both help you get the facts about yourself straight. This legislation can help you with tools to fight the growing crime of identity theft. Additionally, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act offer new safeguards to consumers. To read the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, go to www.congress.gov/111/PLA/PLA-203/PLA-203.pdf. To read the FACT Act, go to www.congress.gov/108/PLA/108/PLA-159/PLA-159.pdf. In addition to requiring lenders and credit bureaus to play a greater role in protecting you, these laws promote consumer rights by enabling you to receive your credit report for little or nothing. You're entitled to a free copy of each of your credit reports once a year. See Chapter 14 for information on how to get copies of your free annual reports. You can get additional free reports if you believe that your identity has been stolen or if you've had an application declined or did not receive the best terms as a result of information in your credit file. The credit business refers to this as an adverse action. Some actions by lenders and some state laws entitle you to multiple free reports each year as well. Check with your state's Attorney General's office to find out the laws in your state. If you've had adverse action taken, the lender has to tell you what credit bureau provided the report and how to get a free copy. Here are the credit bureau websites for requesting a free report if you've been declined or had other adverse action taken within the last 60 days. Equifax, http URL. Experian, www.experian.com/report. Access TransUnion, www.transunion.com/credit-reports-disclosures/free credit report. Limit access to your credit report. Only people and institutions with a need recognized by the FCRA, usually generated by an application with a creditor, insurer, employer, landlord, or other business, may access your credit report. Require your consent before anyone is provided with your credit reports or specialty reports that contain medical information. Your employer, prospective employer, creditors, insurers, anyone needs your permission or an existing business relationship with you before being able to access your private information. Have access to all the information in your file. Ask and you shall receive. You must be given the information in your file as well as a list of everyone who has recently requested access to it. Creditors are required to give you an early warning notice and a free credit report or score if they place any negative information on your credit report. Your personal credit report includes soft inquiries, see Chapter 14, that lenders don't get. So, you actually get more information in your report than lenders do. Be informed if your report played a part in a negative decision. People who use information in your credit file as a basis for denying you credit or a job or making an unfavorable rate decision for insurance must tell you that they used the information in your credit report to make the decision. They must also provide the following: the name, date, and numerical credit score used in the adverse decision, the range of possible scores under the model used, the key factors that adversely affected the credit score dispute and have removed any inaccurate or outdated information. After you file a dispute saying that your report contains inaccurate information, the credit bureau must remove the information and investigate the items, usually within 30 days, and give you a written report of the investigation and a free copy of your credit report with the revisions made if the investigation results in any changes. If the reported information is later found to be valid, it can be reinserted into your report, in which case you must be given written notice of the reinsertion. The notice must include the name, address, and phone number of the information source. As for outdated information that is more than 7 years old, 10 years for some bankruptcies, should be deleted from your credit report. The 7-year period for late payment starts from the original delinquency date, the date the account was first reported late. For charged-off accounts, the 7 years starts from the date the account first became late and was never brought back to current. That can be a bit confusing. See Chapter 14 for more information. If the account isn't automatically removed, you may demand that it be dropped. Place a statement on your report. You may include a 100-word statement to explain extenuating circumstances or to note your disagreement with items on your report. Including a statement is especially important if you disagree with the results of a dispute. A dispute statement lets you tell your side of the story. For more about this statement, see the section Adding a 100-word statement at the end of this chapter. Exclude your name from lists for unsolicited credit and insurance offers. Although creditors and insurers may use credit report information as the basis for sending you unsolicited offers of credit or insurance, they must include a toll-free phone number for you to call if you want your name and address removed from those lists. Such offers can be beneficial if you're shopping for credit. They expand opportunities for you from local banks to a national marketplace. You don't have to accept them. The most powerful word in credit is no. But if you're certain you don't want them, you can opt out. You can have your name removed from pre-screened offer lists from all 3 national credit reporting agencies by visiting www.optoutprescreen.com. If you prefer to call, the opt-out toll-free number is 888-567-8688. Initiate a fraud alert by calling one of the 3 major credit bureaus. If you believe that your identity may have been stolen, you just have to make one phone call or visit one credit bureau website as opposed to contacting each of the 3 bureaus individually to initiate an alert. A fraud alert warns creditors that you may be a victim of identity theft and requires the creditor to exercise enhanced levels of protection, such as taking additional steps like calling you at the number you provide in the alert to verify you are who you claim to be. Freeze access to your credit report. Freezing your credit report enables you to lock the door on reviews of your credit report if someone uses your identity to apply for new credit unless you first sought access. A freeze does not prevent identity theft, but it may prevent someone from using your name to falsely apply for a new account after stealing your identity. There is no fee to add, lift, or replace a freeze on your credit report. Just don't forget to lift the freeze before applying or lose your PIN. If you do, your application will be stopped in its tracks. Receive damages from violators. If anyone violates the law, you can sue that person in state or federal court. Seek legal advice about whether suing makes sense. Some cases have resulted in substantial financial awards into the millions of dollars, but it's usually much less. Place an active duty alert to protect your credit as a member of the military. A business that sees an active duty alert on your credit report must verify your identity before issuing credit in your name. The business may try to contact you directly, but if you're deployed, doing so may be impossible. Therefore, the law allows you to use a personal representative to place or remove an alert. Active duty alerts are free, are effective for 1 year, and may be renewed. When you add the alert, your name is also removed from the nationwide consumer reporting company's marketing lists for pre-screened offers of credit and insurance for 2 years. So, you won't have to worry as much about someone getting credit in your name and running up debt while you're deployed and serving our country. Identifying and disputing inaccurate information. You can't legally remove accurate and timely info from your credit report, whether it's good or bad. But the law does allow you to request an investigation of any information in your file that you believe is outdated, inaccurate, or incomplete. You're not charged for this investigation, it won't hurt your credit scores, and you can do it yourself at no cost. Inaccurate data serves no purpose for anyone in the credit chain. The credit bureaus and lenders want the information in your reports to be accurate, just as you do. Accurate information helps lenders say yes to your application, which is what they really want to do. It's how they make money. In the following sections, we show you how to file a dispute with the credit bureaus as well as with a particular creditor. Understanding the dispute process. The process for disputing and correcting inaccurate information is simple. Your role is to check your credit reports at least once a year and before making a major credit purchase. If you see information that looks unfamiliar or wrong, you file a dispute with the credit bureau in question. See the section Contacting the Bureaus later in this chapter for details on how to notify them of your dispute. After you notify a bureau of a disputed item, the bureau contacts the source that placed the data in your report. That source has 30 days to respond. If the source can't verify the data within the time allowed because the information never existed, the info can't be found, or the dispute processing person doesn't hit the send button, the bureau must remove the information from your report. If, on the other hand, the information is verified, it stays on your report. In either case, you're notified in writing of any actions or non-actions that occur as a result of your dispute. If you disagree with the findings, you can contact the company that placed the erroneous information yourself and try to get it changed. Be sure to ask how the investigation was conducted and who was contacted. You also have the right to add a statement to your report or to a specific trade line saying why you disagree. See the section Adding a 100-word statement later in this chapter for details on how to write and submit a clear and concise statement. If you place a statement on your report, be sure to keep track of the time it's on the report so that it doesn't outlast the negative data it explains and cause you further problems. Today, the bureaus automatically remove statements when negative information falls off, so it should happen without any action on your part. But it never hurts to check. Correcting all your credit reports. The credit bureaus don't always have exactly the same information in their credit reports. So, if you look at your Experian credit report, see an inaccuracy, follow the dispute process, and have it corrected, you may not be out of the woods. TransUnion or Equifax may have different inaccurate information. Therefore, you need to get all 3 reports to make sure all your information is accurate. If the same error appears on 2 or all 3 reports, you need to dispute it only once. If the source of the information makes a change as a result of your dispute, the source of the information has to tell the other bureaus about the change too. But we recommend double-checking anyway. Contacting the bureaus correcting all 3 reports is important, because some lenders and businesses purchase the 3-in-1 report that includes a credit score and credit history information from each of the 3 bureaus. Each bureau has slightly different procedures for filing disputes, but all 3 allow you to dispute inaccurate or out-of-date information by phone, by mail, or online. Equifax. Call the phone number provided for disputes on your credit report, and be sure to have your 10-digit credit report confirmation number on your report available. You can also dispute by mail at Equifax Information Services LLC, P.O. Box 740,256, Atlanta, Georgia 30374. No confirmation number is required on written correspondence. Or online at www.equifax.com/personal/credit-report-services. Credit dispute. Experian. You can dispute by phone by using the toll-free number on your credit report, by mail at Experian, P.O. Box 9701, Allen, Texas 75013. Or online at www.experian.com/dispute. TransUnion. You can dispute information by phone at 800-916-8800, by mail at TransUnion Consumer Solutions, P.O. Box 2000, Chester, Pennsylvania 19022200. Be sure to include the completed request for investigation form found on the website, or online at www.transunion.com/credit-dispute/dispute your-credit. Some people recommend that you write to initiate a dispute so that you can maintain a paper trail. Today, when you dispute online, the bureaus provide confirmation throughout the process. Saving or printing the documents along the way also establishes a paper trail for future reference. Either way, be sure to document your interactions. Disputing online is faster, easier, and more secure than doing it via the mail. Think about sending a letter with all your identification, credit information, and other documents. How many people handle that letter and may be tempted to open it? When you dispute online at Experian, for example, you choose the items you want to dispute with the click of a mouse. You're walked through the process one step at a time. When you've finished, you submit the disputes and any documents you upload to support them. You can print the report, the dispute, shopping cart, your documents, and confirmation to make sure you have that paper trail. And it's all free. If you choose to dispute items on your credit report via mail, write a letter by stating which items you're disputing. Include any facts that explain your case, and include copies, not originals, of documents that support your position. Enclose a copy of your credit report with the items in question circled or highlighted. Be sure to provide your complete name and address and tell the company what your desired action is, correction or deletion. Send your dispute letter by certified mail, return receipt requested, so you can document the fact that the letter was mailed and received. Keep copies of your dispute letter and enclosures. Make sure your dispute is very clear, for example, "I was never late, the account is not mine," or "the account is fraudulent." You can find a sample letter to a credit bureau that disputes information on a credit report at www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-5e. Following through. When creditors and the bureaus, the credit bureau must forward all relevant data you provide to the company that originally reported the information. When the company receives the request for verification from the credit bureau, it must investigate, review all relevant information, and report the results to the bureau. If the information is found to be accurate, the source notifies the bureau through which you disputed the information that there should be no change. If the company can't verify the accuracy of the information you're disputing, the information must be deleted from your file. The source of the information must then notify the other credit bureaus to delete the information too. If the disputed information is incomplete, the source of the information will tell the credit bureau to update it. For example, if you were once late in making payments but your file doesn't show that you've since caught up, the source of the information will respond to the dispute telling the bureau that the account is now current, and to amend your report to show that you're now on time with your payments. If the information is being disputed as fraudulent, the Bureau will dispute it as such with the source, who will then have it deleted. If you have filed a police report or valid identity theft report, the bureaus can proactively suppress the fraudulent account and help you work with the source to update the records. Avoiding a frivolous dispute. A credit bureau must investigate any disputed items in question, usually within 30 days, unless it considers your dispute frivolous, in which case it's required to notify you within 5 business days. The Bureau must tell you why it considers your dispute frivolous and explain what you must do to convert the dispute to one that will launch the dispute process. So what is frivolous? If you dispute the same thing exactly the same way multiple times, and the source of the information responds the same way each time, the credit bureaus can eventually declare the dispute frivolous. The credit bureaus and the sources of the information keep thorough records of the disputes that have been made and the results, so disputing the same thing over and over won't cause a different result. When the investigation is complete, the credit bureau must give you the written results and an explanation of the results, or a free copy of your updated credit report if the dispute results in a change of information. The Bureau may refer to your request for an investigation as a reinvestigation. They're the same thing. If an item is changed or removed, the Bureau can't put the disputed information back in your report unless the company providing that information subsequently verifies its accuracy and completeness. Then the credit bureau must give you written notice that includes the name, address, and phone number of the company that provided the verification. You can request that the Bureau send notices of corrections to anyone who received your report in the past 6 months. If you've applied for a job, you can have a corrected copy of your report sent to anyone who received a copy during the past 2 years for employment purposes. If you aren't satisfied with the results of your dispute, you can dispute the item directly with the creditor. See the section Contacting the Creditor later in the chapter. In fact, the FACT Act requires creditors to initiate a dispute with the credit bureaus directly if you ask them to. Be sure to provide copies of all the information you have. You also have the right to include a 100-word statement of the dispute in your report. And in future reports, see the section Adding a 100-word statement later in the chapter. Depending on the Bureau's rules, this statement can stay on your report indefinitely, so don't forget about it. When it's no longer relevant, contact the Bureau to request that it be removed if it hasn't been already. Today, such statements are usually deleted automatically, but it never hurts to check. Knowing the rules on negative information. When negative information in your report is accurate, only the passage of time can assure its removal. Here's how long information remains in your credit report. Open accounts in good standing remain indefinitely. Closed accounts with no negative information remains for 10 years. This is good because the positive information remains longer than the negative information, and you won't lose the account history when you close an account. Late payments remain 7 years from the date of the delinquency. If you get behind and never catch up, all the late payments in the charged-off account are deleted 7 years from the first late payment. Collection accounts are treated like a continuation of the original debt. They're deleted 7 years from the first missed payment on the original account. Federal law requires collection agencies to report that date and prohibits them from changing it. Chapter 13 Bankruptcy is deleted 7 years from the filing date because you repay part of the debt. Chapter 7 Bankruptcy remains 10 years from the filing date because you don't repay any of the debt. Student loan delinquencies that are brought current up to date are reported for 7 years from the date of the first delinquency and then reported as current thereafter. If the loan is not brought current for 7 years, the entire account is dropped from the credit report and any subsequent positive information is not reported. Inquiries records that someone requested your report remain for 2 years from the date of the inquiry. Don't panic about them, though. If they have any effect at all on your credit scores, it will be very minimal and only for a few months at most.
If you're unhappy with the results of your dispute or think that you've been treated unfairly, contact the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau (CFPB) at www.consumerfinance.gov/complaint. They have a complaint system that lets you tell them what your issue is. The bureaus work with the CFPB to address those complaints. What to do if you're not sure about your debt? The law protects the dispute process from abuse. So you don't want to dispute information that you know is accurate or claim that an account listing is the result of identity theft when you know that's not the case. However, you can dispute any information in good faith if you're uncertain of its validity. In other words, if you can't find records that confirm the item, you don't recall the status, or you're simply uncertain that the information has been reported correctly. Follow the dispute process outlined in this chapter and explain why you believe the item is questionable. Just as you may challenge a word that you aren't familiar with in a game of Scrabble, disputing information that you aren't completely sure about is okay. Disputing information that you know is correct, however, is not okay. Contacting the creditor. Any financial institution that submits negative information about you to a major credit bureau has to tell you so. This heads-up enables you to jump on errors earlier than you could under the old laws. You have a right to contact the furnisher of the disputed information directly. The contact process varies. It can be as simple as walking into the credit department and explaining the problem, calling the company's toll-free number, or visiting its website. Many companies' websites have information on reporting fraud. After you contact the creditor, it must investigate the dispute and report the results back to you following the same guidelines that the credit bureaus follow. See the preceding section, including responding within the same time frame as the bureaus. Best of all, the creditor can't continue to report the negative information without noting that the info is in dispute. If the information that's been disputed was reported as the result of a possible identity theft, then it can't be reported at all while the investigation is pending. One bit of caution: be sure the creditor tells the bureaus to remove the "account is in dispute" notation after your dispute is complete. Sometimes they forget, and the statement can stall things like mortgage loan applications until it's removed. Again, as with the credit bureaus, the creditor must respond to your request within 30 days. If the creditor doesn't respond, the item in dispute is removed or corrected. If the creditor finds the information to be inaccurate, it must be corrected. If the information is outdated or belongs to someone else, it must be removed. The result must be submitted to each credit bureau with which the creditor has shared the incorrect information. If your dispute isn't found to be valid, you can add a 100-word statement to your report explaining why you dispute the item. Be sure to keep good records, including names, dates of contact, and copies of letters and emails. Any company can experience what call bureaucratic memory loss. So, if you get a response like, "We can't find this in our records," who are you speaking to? You'll have the answer handy. Good record keeping on your part can keep delays and irritations to a minimum. Adding positive information to your credit report. Insufficient information on your credit report can also cause trouble. The best way to get positive information inserted into your credit report is to pay your creditors on time and in full every month. Do so for a year or more and you'll make great strides in improving your credit history and your credit score. Called a thin file in the industry, a file that contains very little information may not be able to be scored. To get around this problem, you may be able to request that a FICO XD score be used. An XD score uses information from alternative databases such as National Consumer Telecom and Utilities Exchange for cell phone, landline, and cable records, along with LexisNexis for public record and property data, to get enough data to form a valid score. Most recently, FICO announced its Ultra FICO score, which lets you include your checking and savings account history, help your traditional credit score. You can learn more at www.fico.com/n/products/ultrafico score. The following sections cover ways to beef up your credit report. Asking your landlord to report your rent payments. Your landlord can report your positive rent payments to help bolster your credit history. If your landlord doesn't know how to do that, give him information on the following organizations that can work with your landlord to have your rent added to your credit report. eRent Payment, www.erentpayment.com, Renttrack, www.renttrack.com, Seago, www.gozego.com. Adding your utility and cell phone payments to your report. Utility and cell phone companies don't. But Experian has introduced a service called Experian Boost, which lets you have your positive cell phone and utility payments added to your Experian credit report. The service is permission-based, so if you change your mind, you can ask them to stop. You can learn more about it at www.experian.com/boost. Experian Boost only reports the utility and cell phone payments on your Experian credit report. They won't show up on the reports from other credit bureaus. Opening new credit accounts. Another way to get positive information into your data file is to open new credit accounts. Opening types of accounts that aren't already on your credit report is particularly helpful. For example, you may have several credit cards, so you could add an installment account which can enhance your type of credit use profile. See Chapter 14 for more information. Be careful when using this tactic to improve your credit score. You may do more harm than good if you open an account with a large amount of available credit, which is likely to push your available credit over the limit of what lenders find acceptable. Also, do so well in advance of applying for a loan, because opening a new account may have a short-term negative effect on your score. Don't get carried away with this strategy. Applying for and opening a lot of new accounts in a short period of time is a sign of risk that can hurt your credit score. If you're not sure what to do, get a credit score and read the risk factors that go with it. Those factors will tell you if you need to open a new account or just pay down existing debts. Adding a 100-word statement. Don't like what others are saying about you? You can add a 100-word statement to explain certain items on your credit report. Although a statement doesn't change your credit score, it may help answer questions that are raised when a lender or employer reviews your report. Yes, the score is important, but so is the analysis by the person looking at your record. Your statement can accomplish several things. Explain your side of the story for a series of late payments, collections, or charge-offs. These may be due to a life event such as a job loss, divorce, or illness. Document your dispute of information that you believe is incorrect but that the source of the information says should not be removed from your credit report. Tell your side of a dispute. For example, you may have ordered a product that wasn't delivered on time or was unsatisfactory and refused to pay for it. Although the situation wasn't resolved in your favor, you may be able to explain it more clearly in your 100-word note. You may be able to add more than one statement. Each bureau has its own policy. Experian lets you add several statements, a general statement giving an overview of your credit report woes, as well as individual statements for up to 10 items. You may add more, but only after calling Experian. TransUnion lets you file 100 words in dispute and another 100 for a general statement. Equifax allows one 100-word statement. You can find a sample 100-word statement at www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-FD5E. Just plug in your info. Do these 100-word statements really help? It depends on who reviews your credit report and what you say. This statement stays on your report for at least as long as the disputed item does, so take time to make your statement clear and concise. You can contact the Bureau's customer service department for assistance with your writing if you need it. The online dispute systems also can help craft a strong statement. If you want to write, send your written statement with your credit file number. See the Contacting the Bureau's information listed earlier in this chapter. If you decide to put a statement on your report, don't forget about it. In a year or two, negative information becomes less of a factor in your score, and eventually it drops off your report. Statements don't affect your score but can highlight past payment problems, especially if the credit report shows no recent delinquencies. Your outdated statement could call attention to situations that no longer apply and thus could hurt more than it helps. To remove an outdated statement from your credit report, reach out to the bureaus. See the Contacting the Bureaus section earlier in the chapter. One last bit of advice: make sure your statement is a statement of dispute, explaining why you disagree with the results of a dispute and why the information is incorrect. Statements of excuse aren't helpful. For example, if your statement says you left for vacation in Tahiti and forgot to mail your check, the lender's response would likely be, "We hope you had a nice vacation, but we still need the payment on time." Chapter 4, Getting the Best Help for Bad Credit for Free. 63. Chapter 4, Getting the Best Help for Bad Credit for Free. Here does bad credit come from? The credit fairy. Bad credit karma. No, it comes from overextending your finances and falling behind on your debt payments. Sometimes things happen outside of your control, like a flat tire, that can take you over the edge if you're just making ends meet. Yes, other factors make up a credit score, such as the length of your credit history and whether you've shown that you can handle a variety of types of credit. But nothing whacks your credit score and report like being delinquent on payments or having to file for bankruptcy because your credit is hopelessly overextended. FICO and VantageScore, the two main producers of credit scores, count late or missed payments as the most damaging factors to your score. And bankruptcy, the logical result of credit or debt gone wild, is the negative on your credit report from which it takes the longest to recover. Once you've fallen behind, lenders are very hesitant to lend money or change loan terms to help you catch up. So the only legitimate way to get rid of bad credit is to get your spending and income in sync and then make all your debt payments on time, as agreed. Doing so can be easier said than done, so you may need some help. Getting help from someone with lots of experience is a smart thing to do. Getting it for free is even better. Yet many people avoid seeking help for money or credit problems. Why? Because getting the wrong help can just make matters worse. After all, haven't you been taught that when an offer is too good to be true, it usually is? In this chapter, figuring out whether you need credit assistance, taking care of some credit problems yourself, finding free mortgage help, credit counseling, and legal advice. In this chapter, we help you sort through the conflicting and overblown claims for help that you find in the media. We also include valuable insights to help you decide which problems you can handle on your own, when to turn to others for assistance, and where to get the help you need. Knowing whether you need help. If you're asking yourself whether you need to get some outside advice or help, you're no doubt feeling some pressure, even if it's only a squeeze. This is a very personal decision with one or two exceptions, which we cover in the following sections. Gauging your need for outside assistance. To help decide whether outside assistance is right for you, ask yourself, and include your partner if you're not in this alone, a few simple questions. Are you stressed out? You know you need to get some help when you screen your calls to avoid creditors. See Chapter 5. You argue with your partner about money or credit. Your sleep is interrupted because of financial worries, and you don't look forward to greeting the day in the morning. Are you and your partner being pulled in multiple directions regarding possible solutions? You may be unsure about which approach to use. Increasing income to support your current bills and future goals. See Chapter 18. Decreasing expenses to bring your lifestyle in line with your present income. Check out Chapter 16. Getting a loan to pay off debt or reduce payments. Filing for bankruptcy. See Chapter 8. Are you dealing with multiple creditors or multiple problems? You probably can use outside help if more than 2 or 3 collectors or creditors have you on speed dial. Check out Chapter 5. You have many problems: financial, employment, medical, and/or marital. Creating stress in your life at the same time. Are you more than 1 month late on your mortgage payment? No matter what else is going on, you need to see a counselor now. A delay or the runaround from your servicer can cost you thousands of dollars. Your credit. Your home. See Chapter 7 to avoid a foreclosure. Are you thinking that bankruptcy may not be so bad for your credit? Get professional, non-profit counseling before you decide, otherwise, you may not know whether bankruptcy will solve your problems or make them worse. Whether other alternatives exist that may be less damaging to your credit. Are you new to credit or to the United States and can't seem to break into the financial mainstream but don't know what to do next? You'll benefit from help if you don't understand how credit works. You need to establish credit. You want to get started on your own version of the American dream as soon as possible. See Chapter 10 for more info. Handling situations on your own. In this section, we outline 3 credit situations that you can probably resolve without much help. To solve any credit debt problem, you need to identify the cause of the problem and resolve to fix it. Know how much money you have to work with. Act quickly. Credit cards. If you can't make this month's credit card payment, or if you've missed a payment already, you need to take action. As long as you know what you can afford and you don't mind explaining your situation over the phone, you can get quick results. Here's what to do. Call the toll-free customer service number and explain who you are, what happened, and how you'd like to handle the situation. If you need a break from making payments, say so. If you can make up the missed payments over the next month or 2, make an offer. Just make sure that you can make good on your offer. Be sure to ask the customer service representative not to report your account as late to the bureaus. This decision is up to the credit card company. Often, the company is willing to go along with the request as long as you keep your end of the bargain. If you're polite and proactive and you contact the credit card company before the company contacts you, this approach establishes you as a good customer who needs and deserves special consideration. Much better than a customer who is behind in payments, doesn't call, and may be a collection risk. Be careful about asking that a payment be stretched out for more than a month or 2. If you need 3 months to catch up, you may get it, or even qualify for a longer hardship program, but the creditor may close your account, which hurts your credit. Also, don't be surprised if the company asks you to pay more than you think you can. The company doesn't know the details of your situation. Do not agree to anything you don't think you can deliver. Saying that something isn't possible and explaining why is much better than caving in but not being able to follow through. Ask to talk to a supervisor. He or she may have more authority to bend the rules. Mortgages. If you're behind on your mortgage payment, but you're within the grace period allowed in your mortgage loan documents, typically 10 to 15 days from your contractual due date, and you have the money to make up the shortfall, send it in. If you're past the grace period, what you need to do to catch up depends on the state in which you live. Say you haven't yet made your payment of $1,000 from last month. This month you can send in only $500 extra with your $1,000 payment. So you're short $500, right? Wrong. You may be behind the full $2,000 if the bank doesn't accept either payment because you didn't catch up in full. Or the bank may apply the extra $500 to this month's principal payment rather than to last month's deficit. The gist is, if you aren't far behind and you can catch up in one shot, do it. Otherwise, don't delay. See the section Considering Credit Counseling later in this chapter and get help. Mortgage lenders count delinquency occurrences differently than credit card issuers. As soon as you're 1 day beyond the grace period, mortgage lenders consider you late back to the original contractual non-grace due date. After you're 90 days late from the contractual due date, not the grace period, all the rules change, and you're in serious danger of a foreclosure. Check out Chapter 7 to find out what a foreclosure can do to your credit and how to avoid it. Also, be mindful that some banks have shorter grace periods for mortgage holders who don't have bank accounts with them. Student loans. Getting some breathing room on a student loan isn't difficult if you have a qualifying reason for being unable to pay. Unemployment, a low-paying job, illness, a return to school, any of these reasons may qualify you for a short-term waiver. But only if you give the lender a call before you get into a default situation. Student loan people usually cooperate as long as they think you're playing it straight with them. If you don't think that you have enough money to catch up on your payments, you may have an alternative. The money may be hidden in your financial budget clutter. The first step in addressing a financial problem is to maximize your income and minimize your expenses. A spending plan or budget helps you with that. Only a real spending plan that accounts for at least 90% of your income and expenses will help. Rough guesses don't yield the results you need. Turn to Chapter 18 for more on budgeting. Identifying help you can get for free. Many sources of financial advice and help, including debt settlement firms, debt reduction companies, debt erasing lawyers, for-profit credit counselors, credit monitoring services, and credit repair companies, charge one way or another. And despite the ads that seem to promise better credit and relief from debts collectors and even the IRS, only 3 sources provide truly helpful, truly free assistance for those with credit or debt problems. HUD-certified mortgage counselors. Mortgage counselors can obviously help you with mortgage issues. They're experts at helping people decide whether to stay in their homes and then making the decision work in the best way possible. See the next section for help finding a mortgage counselor. Nonprofit credit counseling agencies. We're big fans of good credit counselors for a number of reasons. They're free, they take the time to tailor solutions to your situation, they're well-trained, and their mission in life is to help, pure and simple. The main things they deal with are goal setting, identifying the sources of problems and solutions, and budgeting, the foundation of everything financial. For tips on locating a good credit counselor, see the section Finding a Great Credit Counseling Agency later in this chapter. Pro bono lawyers. Because credit and collections are governed by laws, and because life isn't always fair, the time may come when you need an attorney. But if you're broke or quickly getting there, paying for an attorney may not be possible. Pro bono lawyers work for little or nothing. See the section Working with an Attorney later in this chapter for advice on how to find a pro bono lawyer. Celebrity financial gurus may be entertaining and sometimes motivational, but they can't take the time to understand your situation. Plus, you can't get important follow-up advice to fine-tune your options and actions. Magazines offer still more generic help that may give you ideas but rarely solutions. Getting help with your home mortgage debt is different from all other types of debt and can be very complicated. We strongly urge you to use a professional to make sure that you don't make costly and damaging credit mistakes. Here are a few places to look for professionals. Balance is also known as Consumer Credit Counseling Service of San Francisco. Balance is a nonprofit credit counseling and financial education agency serving families nationwide. Since its incorporation in 1969, Balance has helped hundreds of thousands of individuals and families overcome their financial challenges and reach their goals. Balance is a national HUD-certified housing counseling intermediary agency and accredited by the Council on Accreditation. Its mission is to provide comprehensive financial housing counseling and education programs aimed at helping consumers achieve financial independence through debt reduction, home ownership, and improved money management skills. For assistance, call 888-456-2227 or go to www.balancepro.org. 995 Hope. This organization is an alliance among counselors, mortgage companies, investors, and other players. It helps distressed homeowners work out mortgage problems so that they can stay in their homes. The folks at 995 Hope know the ropes, have access to decision makers, and can help you with the necessary paperwork for free. They support the Making Home Affordable program, www.makinghomeaffordable.gov, by helping you understand your options, prepare your application, and work with your mortgage company. The U.S. Department of the Treasury and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development back this alliance. For help, call 888-995-4673 or go to www.995hope.org. State housing authorities. Every state has a housing authority. These organizations offer help to first-time homebuyers and homeowners in crisis, referrals to counseling, and sometimes funds to cure a delinquency. You can find the housing authority in your state or community at www.ncsia.org/housinghelp. Legal document review. One of your last resorts is to have an attorney review your loan documents. Some documents may have been drawn or executed incorrectly and may be challenged in court. A pro bono attorney may be able to help you for free. See the section Working with an Attorney later in this chapter. Considering credit counseling. A legitimate certified credit counselor may offer just the help you need to get a handle on your financial problems. A nonprofit credit counseling agency serves as an objective party to help you see your financial situation without emotion and fear clouding your vision. In addition, a trained and certified counselor may be able to offer you some credit education, personalized budgeting advice, and a custom-tailored plan to get you out of debt. All for nothing or next to nothing. Recognizing debts. Credit counseling can help with. Although credit counseling can help in a variety of circumstances, we believe that it's essential in 5 situations. So if you find yourself dealing with any of the following scenarios, we suggest that you get some outside advice pronto, before matters get further out of hand. Mortgage default. The rules are complex, the dates are often inflexible, and the servicers are often paper pushers who waste your time until a foreclosure is imminent. Many credit counselors, but not all, are certified mortgage counselors who can get to the right people faster than you and can lead you through a complex process based on a lot of experience and special access to decision makers. Multiple bill collectors. You can handle 1 or 2 collectors, but when you get to 5, 10, or even more, conflicting demands can be impossible to balance. Joint credit problems. Credit problems are exacerbated when you share them with someone who doesn't see things the way you do. An outside, dispassionate point of view can make all the difference. Debts that are backed by assets. Loans for cars, houses, and boats are all secured by assets. If you don't or can't pay, the lender can repossess and sell your car, home, or boat. If you don't pay your credit card bill, the lender doesn't have any collateral that it can take because it has no security beyond your word and your willingness to pay as agreed. As a general rule, the more security lenders have, the less willing they are to work with you to solve what they see as your problem. Bankruptcy. You must get credit counseling before you can file for bankruptcy. Be sure to pick a good agency that does a lot of this stuff. The agency should be fast, efficient, and cost-effective, or you may run into problems and delays later on. See Chapter 8 for more info. In all these situations, you stand to benefit from talking to a professional who can help you with experience, resources, and a clear and unbiased outside view of your situation that you can't get when you're stuck in the middle. Knowing what a credit counseling agency can offer you. Although no magic wand exists to make all your financial problems disappear, a good, certified credit counselor can offer thoughtful and useful solutions. Expect more than one option for resolving things, including some options you won't like. Your counselor can give you a balanced perspective of what you need to do, how long it will take, and what resources are available to help you along the way. Your counselor will probably discuss bankruptcy as well as other solutions. Goals for the future. A good credit counselor offers solutions with your future goals in focus. A solution that works for you not only deals with current issues but also takes into account how you see your future. For example, if you're planning to buy a house, get a security clearance at work, or send your triplets to college in 5 years, that future goal affects which courses of action best fit your needs. Improved communication with your family. For about 70% of the more than 2 million people who bare their souls to credit counselors each year, advice and direction are all they need. One unexpected byproduct of credit counseling is improved financial and other communication. For many couples and families, the credit counseling session is the first time they openly communicate about goals, spending priorities, and even secrets such as hidden debts. A plan that works for you. Expect to have a customized action plan when you're finished with credit counseling. An action plan has to fit the way you live or you won't follow it. A comfortable budget designed with your spending and saving style in mind is more likely to be effective. An often overlooked aspect of using nonprofit credit counseling agencies is that they know a lot about other community resources that may be able to help. Doing due diligence before making referrals to community, legal, and other resources is part of a good agency's service. The credit counseling process isn't something you can breeze through in 15 minutes, because the plan you walk away with is tailor-made for you and your financial situation. Many nonprofit credit counseling agencies have the ability to provide a full online or phone credit counseling experience. Be prepared to take the time to go through the details and make sure you follow up with any requests so that you get a comprehensive plan of action. Periodic checkups expect some fine-tuning to adjust to changes down the road. Although your counselor anticipates bumps in the road as much as possible when developing your plan, the counselor can't foresee the future. Murphy's Law applies to financial and credit problems in spades. Not only can things go wrong, but with limited financial resources, every bump in the road feels much worse. Ongoing involvement with your credit counseling agency as you navigate this credit repair journey helps you stay the course. Expect the agency to make it easier for you by giving you the names, email addresses, and phone numbers of people to contact beyond the agency for more help. You should be able to ask your counselor for additional suggestions and referrals as you go along, although most people, when they have a workable plan in hand, are often capable of handling the execution of the plan on their own. Finding a great credit counseling agency. Here are some things to look for in a quality credit counseling organization. 501(c)(3) tax-exempt status, accreditation by a national independent third-party accrediting organization. Especially the Council on Accreditation, a willingness to spend at least 45 to 60 minutes with you, and more if needed. And for free, a willingness to offer help the way you're most comfortable receiving it, in person, by phone, or via the internet. Here are a couple of organizations that can help you with your credit counseling needs. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling, www.nfcc.org, 800-388-2227, Balance, www.balancepro.org, 888-777-5260. Deciding on debt management plans. For about 25% of those who turn to credit counselors, more than advice is prescribed. In these cases, in addition to an action plan, a debt management plan is recommended. A debt management plan, sometimes called a debt repayment plan, requires that the agency act as an intermediary, handling both communications and payments on your behalf for a small monthly fee. This plan includes revised payments that are acceptable to all your creditors, leave you enough money to handle your living expenses, generally get you out of debt in 2 to 5 years. The value of an intermediary. You may wonder why a credit counseling agency has to serve as an intermediary as part of a debt management plan. Why can't the agency just set up the plan and leave you to follow it on your own, without paying the agency a monthly fee? The answer is twofold. Most people hit a bump or two in the repayment road. Through its ongoing involvement, your credit counseling agency can explain your situation to the creditor dispassionately and professionally. Many plans would blow up at the first misstep without a trusted intermediary to smooth strained communications. Creditors want the credit counseling agencies involved. Creditors can easily reach agencies for questions. The agency's checks don't bounce, and the agencies don't get excited and yell over the phone the way consumers and creditors have been known to do, thereby calming down the whole repayment process. Additionally, they can provide welcome guidance to you during the repayment plan and help coach you to financial wellness. Debt management plans are an alternative to bankruptcy and often go by other names, such as a workout plan, debt consolidation, or an interest rate reduction plan. A debt management plan offers all these benefits and perhaps a lot more. Here's how it works when creditors realize that you can't meet the original terms of your credit card or other loan agreements. They also realize that they're better off working with you through your credit counselor. Under a debt management plan, your creditors are likely to be open to a number of solutions that are to your advantage, including stretching out your payments so that the combination of principal, the amount you originally borrowed, and interest pays off your balance in 60 months or less, changing your monthly payment to an amount you can afford to pay, reducing your interest rate and or any fees associated with your loan, refraining from hounding you day and night with collection calls. Why would creditors be willing to do these things for you? Because if they don't, and you really can't make the payments, they'll spend a lot more money on collections than they'd give you in concessions. Plus, if you file for bankruptcy, your creditors may never get their money. The critical point here is that the creditor has to believe you can't make the payments as agreed. But how does the creditor believe that without staking out your home? The creditor generally takes the word of the nonprofit credit counseling agency you go to for help. Still, being lenders' creditors check your credit report from time to time while you're on a debt management plan to make sure that you haven't opened new lines of credit. Sounds like a good deal, lower interest rates and smaller payments. Well, a debt management plan isn't a free lunch. The minuses may include a potentially negative impact on your credit report. Depending on how your creditors report your credit counseling account, although just being in a debt management plan doesn't affect your credit score. Restricted access to credit during the term of the plan, difficulty changing credit counseling agencies after you begin a debt management plan. The bottom line is this: if you're in debt crisis or you're concerned that you may be getting close to it, a debt management plan from a good credit counseling agency may be a solution. If you're just shopping for an interest rate reduction or a consolidation loan alternative, a debt management plan may not be in your best interest. Working with an attorney, you may be asking yourself if an attorney can possibly be free or low cost. The answer is yes, if that's what you need. We said need, not want. If you can't afford an attorney, free or very low-cost services are available if you know where to find them, and that's what this section is all about. The phrase pro bono comes from the Latin and means for the public good. Pro bono lawyers exist in most firms. They can be the very same lawyers who charge well-heeled clients hundreds of dollars an hour but will help you for little to nothing. The trick is to find one. Here are some suggestions for finding free legal help. Legal Services Corporation LSC. LSC is the largest provider of civil legal aid for those who can't afford it. LSC is a non-profit corporation that supports steering clear of debt settlement plans. Debt settlement isn't the same as credit counseling or a debt management plan. It's sometimes advertised as a way to save money, but it can be one of the most expensive methods of all. In a debt settlement plan, you pay money to a company that holds your money without making any payments until the creditor stops hounding you and supposedly is ready to take less than the face value of the debt. This course of action severely damages your credit for years to come. If that's not enough to scare you off, consider this: often, if you actually get to a settlement, the amount the creditor forgives actually becomes taxable income to you. You guessed it. The IRS wants you to pay taxes on the forgiven amount, which can add up to thousands of dollars due on April 15th to Uncle Sam. And those agents at the IRS don't go away. Even if you later decide to go the bankruptcy route, the IRS still gets its money. Debt settlement is an unsavory, confrontational business. Our advice: don't do it. If you must, use a qualified attorney whom you know to negotiate settlements on your behalf. 132 legal aid programs through more than 800 offices throughout the United States. It offers a variety of help, including cases involving family law, housing and foreclosure issues, and consumer issues such as protection from lenders, debt management, and bankruptcy. LSC serves consumers who are at or below 125% of the poverty level. In 2015, $14,713 for an individual or $30,313 for a family of four. Visit www.lsc.gov or call 202-295-1500. Local Bar Association. Your local bar association can help you find the help you need for what you can afford to pay. The American Bar Association has a consumer's guide to legal help on its website to help you find such resources in your state. See www.americanbar.org/groups/legal_services/FLH home or go directly to www.abafreelegalanswers.org to get your questions answered. Law Help. www.lawhelp.org helps low and moderate income consumers find free legal aid programs in their communities and provides links to other social service agencies. Pro Bono Lawyers. This website, www.probonolawyers.org, has referrals covering all 50 states, with contact information for lawyers who may be willing to work for free or for a reduced rate depending on your circumstances. American Bar Association. All branches of military personnel, veterans, and their families can find access to ABA resources at www.americanbar.org/groups/legal_services, MILVITS. A qualified attorney can handle anything a mortgage counselor or credit counselor can. The big difference is that most attorneys don't deal with credit situations every day. As a result, they'll probably take longer to get to the same place than someone who deals with hundreds or thousands of these cases every month. So although you can make a versatile tool fit most situations, sometimes you're better off with one designed specifically for the job at hand, especially when it comes to mortgage issues. Chapter 5 Coping with Debt Collection 77 Chapter 5 Coping with Debt Collection. If you're reading this chapter, you're probably feeling anxious about your debts. You may be behind on your bills and wondering what to do. You may be getting calls from collectors and wondering how you can possibly meet their demands for payment. If so, you've found the right place to relieve your anxiety, or at least reduce it. Relax, take a calming breath and read on. When it comes to coping with bad debt, you have an important ally in the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act (FDCPA). This federal law prohibits abusive practices by debt collectors. That's right, laws exist to protect you from overzealous collectors, who can be stopped and potentially prosecuted if they threaten you, harass you, or lie to you. Knowing that specific rules govern how far a collector may go and that you have rights, legally enforceable rights, should help you feel a little better right away. Knowing your rights under the FDCPA will give you some much-needed confidence when you must communicate with those who attempt to collect from you. We cover your rights and protections in detail in this chapter. In this chapter, knowing the collection rules, opening a dialogue with your creditors, being proactive with creditors and collectors, finding someone who can help you when a collector can't or won't, controlling your spending and paying your bills. 78 Part 1 Getting Started with Credit Repair. You can download a copy of the FDCPA at www.ftc.gov/system/files/documents/plain-language/fair-debt-collection. We hope that your blood pressure has decreased and you're feeling more comfortable about dealing with your debts. Let's get started. Handling those collection phone calls. You couldn't pay some bills, you put off dealing with them, and now you're getting calls from collectors. You may find yourself in the middle of a recurring nightmare of persistent callers who won't go away and who seem to become more determined when you can't give them what they want. This scenario doesn't have to be the case. The Fair Debt Collection Practices Act (FDCPA) protects debtors from harassment by collectors, particularly harassment via telephone. Armed with your knowledge of the rules and a plan of action, as we describe in this section, you can take control of those calls before they control you. Knowing what collectors can do. There are a few things a collector absolutely must do when they first contact you. If a collector contacts you about a debt by phone, the collector has 5 working days to send you a written notification. That notification has to state the amount of the debt you owe, provide the name of the creditor to whom you owe the debt, tell you that this is an attempt to collect a debt and that any information obtained will be used for that purpose, inform you that you have 30 days after getting the letter to notify the collector in writing. The in writing bit is very important, that you dispute that the debt is valid. If you do not respond within that time, they can assume that the debt is valid and they can attempt to collect it. Include instructions that if you dispute the validity of the debt in writing within 30 days, the collector will obtain verification of the debt and mail it to you. If you've been sued, they may send a copy of the court judgment. Provide you the name and address of the original creditor if you request it within that 30-day period. Your request has to be in writing. The collector clearly has some specific requirements. The one thing you need to do if you don't agree with the debt is write a letter. Under the law, a phone call isn't enough. Here are the things debt collectors may do, meaning they are allowed to, but they may not do it depending on how you work with them. Contact you directly. However, if you tell the collector not to call you again or to contact your attorney instead, and you give the collector the attorney's contact information, they have to stop. If you give them your attorney's information, the file usually goes straight to a collection attorney. Lawyers like to talk to lawyers. Contact you by phone between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. unless you agree to other times. The collector may contact you outside those hours only if you give your permission to do so. call you at work. However, if you tell the collector that your employer prohibits such contact, the collector must not call you at work. Check out www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-5e for a sample letter you can send to request that the collector not call you at your place of work. Contact you by mail. However, the collector can't put information on the outside of the envelope that indicates a collection attempt or send information on a postcard. Contact others to get information about where you live and work. The collector can request only contact information. The collector can't say that he or she is calling in regard to an owed debt. The sticky part is that if the collector calls a friend or partner and they ask who the collector is, the collector can state his or her name and the name of his or her employer. Supersize your statement. Only charges that you agreed to under the original terms of your loan may be added to your bill. You can find a list of them in the account terms in the fine print. These charges could include lots of fees, huge interest rate hikes, and the costs of collection. The reality is that the amount being collected probably won't match what you saw on your last statement. Ask for post-dated checks. Depending on the state in which you live, the collector may be entitled to ask for post-dated checks. Look into your state's guidelines. Although your state may permit collectors to ask for post-dated checks providing one is not in your best interest, see the nearby sidebar. Post-dated checks good for the collector, bad for you. The law also prohibits collectors from cashing the check before the date on it if it's post-dated. Tell the credit bureaus that you're behind on your payments. A delinquency that shows up on your credit report stays there for 7 years and lowers your credit score. See Chapter 14. Hike your interest rate. However, you may be hit with a penalty rate if the original contract specifies it. You can't pay the current bill, so why would the creditor increase your interest rate to 20% or 30%? It's because you're a higher risk than the creditor thought, and it could help them recover a bit more of what you owe. Repossess your purchase. Repossession is almost always a bad deal for you because the creditor determines the value of the repossessed item and can charge you for costs incurred in reselling it too. Here's another shocker: you may have to pay income tax on the difference between what they sell the repossessed item for and what you owe. See Chapter 6 for more details about settled debts. Sue you in court. The collector may ask a judge for a judgment against you in a court of law. Depending on your state's laws, this judgment can be a prelude to garnishing your wages or placing a lien on your home. This kind of civil judgment isn't part of credit reports anymore, but it could still pop up to hurt you in other public records and consumer reports reviewed by businesses. Change the terms of your agreement. Some collectors may allow you to make up what you owe over time by adding an amount to future payments. Some, to their credit, offer hardship programs, but usually only if you ask. Be sure to get any changes to your agreement in writing, particularly if communications are strained. You need documentation to ensure that the agreement is honored. Accept or offer a debt settlement option for less than the full amount owed. If a lower amount is agreed on, the collector usually wants the settlement at once and in a single payment. The debt is reported negatively on your credit report as settled or settled, paid for less than originally agreed. Depending on the amount of debt forgiven, usually a $600 threshold. You may get a Form 1099-C from the creditor in the mail at tax time. The IRS considers the forgiven portion of the debt as income and requires you to pay taxes on it. Check out Chapter 6 for more on settlements. Go to www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-5e for a sample letter you can send to request a settlement. Knowing what collectors can't do. Debt collectors are not allowed to threaten you in writing or over the phone. Collectors must use business-like language. Threatening, abusive, or obscene language is not allowed. Be annoying. An annoying collector, isn't that redundant? This rule means that collectors aren't allowed to make repetitive or excessively frequent phone calls to annoy or harass you. Yes, any call from a collector is annoying, but the legal definition is a bit more strict. Be deceptive. No trick or treat, smell my feet. Collectors can't pretend to be anything other than what they are in order to get you on the phone. lie about the consequences. Collectors can't claim that you've committed a crime or that you'll be arrested if you don't send payment. The United States doesn't have debtor's prison. Make idle threats. Collectors can't threaten you with illegal actions or actions that they have no intention of carrying out. If they don't intend to take you to court, they can't threaten to do so. Deciding whether to answer the phone. You may find yourself reluctant to answer the phone for any number of reasons. You may have had a hard day at work, you may be overtired, or you may not be feeling in control of your emotions at the moment. If you've been contacted by the collector and you've already explained that you're doing your best and that's all you can do, having the same conversation again and again may feel frustrating and unproductive, especially if the collector is on the overbearing side. Don't answer the phone if you know that you won't be able to have an effective conversation. Keep in mind, however, that although caller ID and voicemail can help you screen calls and may help save your sanity, they won't help you avoid or solve your debt problems. If collectors can't reach you by phone, they'll try to find another way to contact you. Snail mail still works, and email and texting are also options. You don't have to pick up the phone this time, but you will need to communicate at some point. Preparing to answer collection calls. When you decide that it's time to bite the bullet and talk to the collector, make sure you're prepared. Write down the key points you want to cover in your conversation with the collector. Having a plan in mind helps you stay on track and in control of the call. It also helps you not to overpromise and underdeliver, to avoid losing your temper, and to know when to hang up if the call gets abusive. If you start to feel overwhelmed or backed into a corner by the collector, get outside professional help. You can find out about getting help in Chapter 4. Even though you may feel nervous, guilty, or angry, you aren't the first or only person to have gone through debt collections. It happens all the time, and you'll get through it. If you're late on some bills, expect to get a call from a collector sooner or later, typically when you're 30 to 90 days late or more. If you decide to pick up the phone, here's what you need to do. Get the caller's name and contact information. Use the collector's name during your conversation. Ask for proof of the debt. Mistakes happen, and crooks call to try to get money from people all the time. See the section asking for proof that the debt is yours later in this chapter for more information. Explain what happened. Provide a very short explanation of why you're behind and what, if anything, you're able to do about the debt. Make a payment offer. See the section negotiating a payback arrangement later in this chapter. Don't agree to a payment schedule that you can't keep. Be realistic, or you may find yourself agreeing to a plan you know you can't follow through on. See the section keeping your promise later in this chapter. Get it in writing. If you come to an agreement, ask the collector to put it in writing so it's clear to both parties. If the collector won't do so, write the letter yourself, keeping a copy for your records, and send it to the collector by certified mail. Return receipt so you have proof that the collector received it. If the collector provided an email address, make a copy of the letter and send it that way, too. Remember, putting things in writing is important. Knowing what not to say, saying the wrong thing in a conversation with a collector may be unproductive, and can turn the conversation into a hostile confrontation that could end up causing you more harm. No matter how adversarial your caller seems, here are some definite don'ts. Don't let yourself get drawn into a shouting match. Don't make threats. It's illegal for them to threaten you and not helpful for you to threaten them. Don't say that you're getting a lawyer if you don't intend to. Don't say that you're going to file bankruptcy if you don't plan to. Don't lie for sympathy, for example, saying I got sick and couldn't pay the bill, if you were actually on vacation at the beach. If you're caught stretching the truth even once, people will have a hard time believing you again. The law prohibits collectors from lying to you. Lying to them will only strengthen their case. Taking charge of the collection process. The best way to deal with the collection process is to face your debts head-on and as quickly as possible. Debts don't improve with age, and they certainly don't go away if you ignore them. In fact, as debts age, they get bigger, uglier, and harder to pay. Unresolved debts also have an uncanny knack for resurfacing when you're least prepared to deal with them. Accounts that are 30 to 90 days delinquent overdue are usually handled by people who work for the company from which you bought your product or service, or inside collectors. If you're contacted by an outside or third-party collector early in the process, chances are the company hired the collection agency because of its tact and effectiveness rather than its skill at offending people. Outside collectors are covered by the FDCPA and must abide by those rules. See the section Keeping Collectors in Check later in the chapter. The creditor and its own internal collection department aren't governed by the FDCPA. The biggest difference between an inside and an outside collector is that an inside collector may want to keep you as a customer in addition to collecting the money due. However, if the company determines that you're unlikely to make your payments, your customer status becomes less and less of a factor in the way the company attempts to work things out with you. Calling your creditors before they call you is always better. Contacting them first places you in a much different category than if they're the ones doing the dialing. Good faith is on your side, but even that fades if you don't deliver on your commitments. Plus, when you call first, you can be prepared and ready for business instead of having to respond to an unexpected call. This section explains what to do to give yourself the greatest chance of success when dealing with collectors. Asking for proof that the debt is yours. When you get a call or a letter claiming that you have a past due financial obligation, make sure to verify its accuracy. Even if you're sure that you owe the money, ask for details: which account it pertains to, what the bill was for, how old the debt is, when the statement was mailed to you, and so on. Asking these questions never hurts. Why? Here are 2 good reasons. Mistakes happen. Creditors make mistakes, so asking for a little proof is reasonable. You're not denying that you owe the debt, you're just making sure that you owe this particular debt, making sure the information matches yours, and making sure that the creditor has the right customer and the right account. Scammers are out there. These people will call, email, or write and say that you owe money. Maybe you do, but not to them. They may even have proprietary information that persuades you that they must be legitimate. Get the facts in writing through the U.S. mail before you act. Having the information mailed to you opens scammers up to mail fraud charges. FDCPA rules say that you have 30 days to respond to a collection attempt, and you're both smart and well within your rights to dispute a debt. Here's how you do it. Send the collector a letter via certified mail with a return receipt. In the letter, ask the collector to provide proof of the debt. Keep copies of everything you send. When you dispute the debt, the collector must stop all activity and provide you with proof of your obligation before reinitiating contact. Disputing a bill stops collection activity, but it doesn't stop the clock. Your debt continues aging during the process. It's usually in your best interest to try to resolve matters as quickly as possible when you're sure that the debt is yours and the collector is legit. Knowing when debts fade away. Statutes of limitations. The United States is the land of the present, the here and now. Our culture and our laws enable you to overcome mistakes of the past so you can have a brighter future. This philosophy applies to old debts too. Every state has a statute of limitations that limits how long the courts can be used to collect a debt. After a debt is between 2 and 15 years old, depending on your state of residence, without a payment having been made, it disappears as far as the courts are concerned. To find out exactly what the law is for your state, contact your state attorney general's office or check out http://. Debts that are too old can't be enforced in a court of law. It doesn't stop them from trying, but the statute of limitations severely limits a collector's ability to recover the debt. A debt may be too old to collect under the law, but if it is less than 7 years old, it will stay on your credit report and severely affect your creditworthiness until it drops off. Here's what to do if you think you may have an old debt that qualifies for law treatment. Verify the last time you made a payment. Here's another instance where keeping good records works to your advantage. Making a payment can reset the clock on the law. Proving that you haven't made a payment can help protect you from unlawful actions by the debt collector. Today's online banking apps can also be your friend. You may have payment records at your fingertips just by logging into your account. If not, call your bank. Depending on your bank, you may be able to access checking account payments from a long ago. You don't want to see any recent payments. Say it has been 6 years and 51 weeks since your last payment, and the SAL for your state is 7 years. If you make a payment, the 7-year period could start all over again. Expect more calls or letters from the collector as the SAL gets closer. They may put on more pressure to get you to send in any amount they can get as the SAL closes in. Contact your state attorney general's office for your state's age limit for SAL status. They can tell you exactly what applies where you live to help you decide if it's time for you to see a lawyer if you believe that your debt may qualify. Get a real legal opinion. When it comes to the law, we don't trust our friends or cousins, and neither should you. See a lawyer even though it may cost you some cash. This is a legal matter, and they call them lawyers for a reason. They have their own rules and can help you win that game or tell you it will cost more to play than it's worth. When it comes to courts and the law, it's always in your best interest to get professional guidance. Many lawyers will meet with you the first time for free and can tell you if you have a case. Have the attorney write a letter. Lawyers have their own language and can help you get the point across to the collector in legal terms. Just be sure the letter includes documentation of the debt's age, proof that it's over the SAL limit, a statement that you don't intend to pay a penny. And if the attorney is taking over for you, a note that all future contact must go through the attorney. No collector we know of will bother to try to collect an uncollectible debt from a lawyer who knows better. And collectors can't go around the attorney after you notify them that you have a lawyer, or they can be sued. The last thing the collector wants is to be sued by the person from whom they were previously trying to collect. Negotiating a payback arrangement. When you and the collector agree that all the particulars of the debt are legitimate, it's time for you to make an offer to resolve the obligation. Whether the cause of the delinquency was an unintended error or unfortunate circumstances, you can make an offer to repay the amount over a period of time. Say you owe $1,000. If you offer to pay $50 per pay period for the next 20 weeks, that plan may be acceptable. Or you can offer to pay $25 per pay period until your next raise in 3 months, at which time you'll pay $75 per pay period. Offering the amount you're able to pay is always better than waiting for the collector to demand a certain amount. You want to convey your concern and reassure the collector that you're sincere in your commitment to pay. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to negotiate some concessions. For example, you may ask the collector to keep the matter between the two of you. If, for example, you're able to pay off your obligation and you're only 30 to 60 days past due, ask the collector not to report your oversight to the credit bureaus. When the collection is still with the creditor's in-house collection division, your chances of it not be reported to the credit bureaus are better. When the debt is so late that it has been sold or transferred to a third-party collector, they'll be less likely to agree not to report it. Taking care of the unpaid debt early is always better if you can. Lighten the late fees. It doesn't hurt to ask if they'll waive any late fees. Be sure to tell them that if they do, you'll be happy to get off the phone so you can run to the post office to mail your check. Most, but not all, will agree if they're getting the balance due without delay. Reduce your interest rate. Think it's not the ideal time to try to get a better interest rate. Actually, it is. The collector wants what's called a promise to pay from you to resolve your situation. So ask for a break on the interest rate in order to help you pay the debt faster. On a delinquent credit card account, for example, you may be looking at a 30% default interest rate. The lender knows that adding this much to a strained budget increases the chance of a longer and more costly default or even a bankruptcy if you feel you have no way out. Lenders are often willing to help if you're sincere. If you're under extreme financial duress, go a step further and ask if they have a hardship program. You may have to meet some qualifications, but if you do, your interest rate may drop dramatically, perhaps even to zero, and may lower your payments for 6 months to a year. If you feel that any repayment plan is unrealistic and may push you over the financial edge, work on a spending plan. See Chapter 18. After you establish your goals, identify your sources of income, and tally up your living expenses, you'll know what you can actually afford for debt service. If working out a repayment plan is too intimidating, if you're dealing with multiple collectors, if you just can't seem to communicate on money matters, or if you just want help getting started, a reputable credit counseling agency can help you create a spending plan. See Chapter 4 for help finding an agency. Keeping your promise. When you've reached payment agreement, it's essential that you keep your end of the bargain. From the collector's perspective, you've already broken your original agreement to make payments. Breaking a second agreement places you squarely in the not-to-be-trusted category. Post-dated checks. Good for the collector, bad for you. At some point in the collection process, a collector may ask you to send post-dated checks. The logic here is that with the post-dated check, you demonstrate a firm intention to honor your payment agreement, and the collector doesn't have to call you to remind you to send in any payments you may have agreed to. This scenario also covers the collector in case you forget to send a check at the appointed time. This practice is akin to putting a piece of bacon on your dog's nose and telling him not to eat it. Giving a collector a post-dated check is almost always a bad idea because the collector will likely be tempted to cash the check too early, even though he or she isn't supposed to. If the collector cashes the check early and the money isn't in the account yet, the check will bounce and the collector will be upset. If the collector cashes the check early and the money is there but the collector gets it sooner than you planned, all your other checks may start to bounce. That can make things even worse for you. You will be responsible for the bounced check. Bouncing a check, called passing an insufficient funds check, has its own set of laws and consequences. To make sure that you and the collector are clear on what you promised, put everything you agree to in writing. Keep copies of the names, addresses, and phone numbers of everyone you talk to. Include a written copy of your agreement with the payment. Ask for an email confirming the arrangement. This is a reasonable request. A letter is a little more challenging because the delivery time may cause you to delay acting on your promise while you wait for the mail to be delivered. That can slow things down a week or more. They don't call it snail mail for nothing. It's important to the collector that you act quickly. So confirm all agreements in a thorough note with names and times. Don't forget to keep your copy and send it off with your payment certified mail. Return receipt requested. If you want even more documentation. If you're in the military, special help for special people. In Chapter 10, we discuss the rules of engagement between the financial system and military personnel. Generally speaking, some significant safeguards are built into the Fair and Accurate Credit Transactions Act, also known as the FACT Act or FACTA, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2007, and a rewrite of the Soldiers and Sailors Civil Relief Act, SSCRA, now known as the Service Members Civil Relief Act, SCRA. Here's what you need to know about your rights when it comes to debt collection. Delayed court hearings. If a creditor summons you to court for a hearing, you can request at least a 90-day delay. The judge can grant additional delays as the case warrants. Interest rate reductions. The interest rates on pre-service loans and obligations can't exceed 6%. Interest due in excess of 6% per year must be forgiven, not just deferred. However, you must ask the lender for the reduction in writing and include a copy of your military orders. Interest rate caps. Interest rates are capped at 36% a year, the military annual percentage rate, MAPR, for payday loans and refund anticipation loans. This cap includes all fees and charges. Eviction protection. You can't be evicted from rental property for not paying rent if the monthly rent is $1,200 or less without proper court action. The law gives you other special protections if the rent is between $1,200 and $2,400. Lease termination. You may terminate without penalty a housing lease that you enter into before you start active duty if you're under orders for a permanent change of station or are deployed for at least 90 days. You don't need a military termination clause in your lease. Identifying escalation options that help when you're dealing with a debt collector. You may arrive at a sticking point and recognize that the person you're speaking with doesn't have the authority to do what you're asking. Instead of stopping at that frustrating dead end, you're better off tactfully suggesting that you'd like to talk with someone who has greater authority and is empowered to make decisions. This is known as escalating the issue. In this section, we show you how to do so, as well as how to contact other people who may be able to help you if the manager can't accommodate you. Asking to speak to a manager. Collection representatives may have several reasons for not warming to your proposed payment plan. They may not believe that you're offering your best effort to repay, have a quota to fill, and your offer won't do it. Have strict rules regarding permissible payment options. Be having a bad day and just don't feel like being helpful. Auto lease cancellations. You can cancel automobile leases if your orders are for 180 days or more, even if the vehicle is for a family member. Vehicle title loans. Military personnel can no longer be asked to secure loans with their vehicle titles except as part of receiving an installment loan to purchase a vehicle. If collectors attempt to contact you to collect debts, let them know your situation and ask for their cooperation in accordance with the SSCRA. If you have a spouse at home, you may have him or her follow up on your behalf. Be sure to mention that in your initial letter. For help, visit the Family Readiness Center on your installation or contact a representative. There are offices on most installations. The centers provide free assistance. Most military units have a financial specialist as well, who may be able to help further. If that fails, contact a lawyer or an accredited credit counseling agency and ask the lawyer or agency to act on your behalf. A lawyer may be expensive but could be worth it. Nonprofit civilian credit counselors are free or low cost, and most try to help you by email or through their websites. See Chapter 4 to find a credit counselor. A manager has more flexibility and may have a bigger picture view that can accommodate your best offer. By asking to speak to a manager, you take the pressure off the little guy and free him to move on to another customer while you and the boss work things out. If you present the situation as though you're helping everyone, you may have an easier time escalating the problem to management. You can say something like this: I understand that you've done your best to try to resolve this issue satisfactorily. Thank you for helping. But I'd like to speak to someone who has the authority to make exceptions, waive policy, or take my offer to a higher level. It's not fair of me to ask you to go against company policy and take the payment I'm offering, so please let me speak to a manager. If the collector refuses to let you speak to a manager, say that you'll call back on your own and ask someone else. Thank the collector for trying and say goodbye nicely. Going over the same ground with the same person quickly wears thin. And being polite can go a long way, especially if the person on the other end of the line isn't. Approaching the creditor stuck with the collection agency and unable to make headway. Taking a step backward may help you move forward. Your original creditor may be willing to cut a deal with you even after sending your bill to an outside collector. Much depends on how you left things with the creditor. If you left with bad feelings or you lost it with a customer service representative, you may not be welcomed back. But if the transition from inside collections to an outside agency was just business for the creditor and not complicated with personal anger or animosity, the creditor may still be willing to talk with you. Just don't wait too long, or you'll find the creditor has moved on. So, why would you want to approach the creditor directly? If you're not getting anywhere with the debt collector, the creditor may be willing to work something out with you. After all, the creditor just wants the money you owe. Creditors either place a debt for collection and pay a commission based on results, or sell the debt outright. The former scenario is more common unless your debt is really old. If your debt has been sold, calling the original creditor won't do any good. The collection agency is then the legal owner of the debt, and you need to work with them. But this bit of bad news has a silver lining. You may well have more room to negotiate in a debt sale situation because debts aren't sold at full value. So a smaller than owed payment may still be very profitable for the collector. Medical collections are treated a bit differently from other kinds of charged-off accounts. They tend to have less effect on credit scores, and after they're paid, current credit systems ignore them. Although they may still appear in your credit report, if they show paid, they won't hurt your scores, and you could see a big jump. That's something to consider when negotiating. A number of changes have occurred when it comes to collections for small amounts. Things like parking tickets, library fines, and debts less than $50 or so have been removed from credit reports. If a collector is trying to get you to pay up for a low amount, check your credit history first. You still legally owe the debt, but if it's not in your report, it could help you prioritize its importance in working with collectors. Fighting harassment. Getting harassed by a collection agency? You're not alone, and you have a couple of options for help from the government. You can file a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB. The CFPB reported that it received more than 75,000 complaints about debt collections in 2019. It maintains a complaint database and can help you work with the collection agency to resolve your issues. You can also file a complaint with the FTC, which watches over the collection industry and enforces the FDCPA. Some consumers have even taken collectors who violate the law to court, and some of them have won very large settlements. Don't get your hopes up, though. The reality is that winning a big lawsuit is very rare. But you have the right to expect the law to be followed and to be treated fairly and with respect. To file a complaint with the CFPB against a collector who is harassing you, visit www.consumerfinance.gov/complaint. They usually follow up with the collector about your complaint. Being contacted by a government agency is almost guaranteed to get the collection agency's attention. To contact the FTC, visit www.ftc.gov or call 877-382-4357. The FTC won't follow up on your specific case, but your complaint helps others by allowing patterns of possible law violations to surface. The CFPB uses its complaint database in the same way. Enough complaints against the same collector in the CFPB or the FTC may act. Here are some other things you can do about harassment or abuse. Keep your cool. Always be professional and as calm as you can manage, and never raise your voice. Take notes during each call. Be prepared with facts and dates, and know what you're going to say before you say it. Being prepared can give you an advantage. The collection agency definitely knows what it's going to say before it calls you. Get a name. Always get the name of the person calling you, and ask for full contact information, including the name of the company and the office manager. Do so before you get flustered or frustrated and things get out of hand. Just say no. If a collector goes too far or breaks a rule, threatens, yells, uses obscene language, and so on, you can tell the collector to stop and call back when he or she can act in a business-like manner. Keep a record of the call and the behavior. As always, make a note of the interaction. A record of the call with the time, date, name of the individual, and what was said is always in your favor. Complain to the original creditor. Even though you aren't in good graces at the moment, a complaint here can result in action. No business wants an abusive collector scaring away past or future customers. The original debt holder may take the debt back and deal with you directly if you make a good case. Go to www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit. Find 5E for sample letters you can send to your creditor. Report harassment from an abusive collector or request no future contact from a collection agency. Complain to the boss. Remember, you were smart enough to ask for the manager's name when the collector first contacted you, so use it. Your complaint may be the one that gets the abuser fired. No collection agency wants to be sued because of a bully who can't be professional. Tell the collector to deal with your lawyer. This is a double-edged sword. After you tell the collector to contact your attorney, all contact with you ends. Usually, the collection agency sends the debt to its own lawyer. Communicating with customer service before being placed for collection. Communicating effectively isn't always easy, and many people don't even know where to begin. If you're not sure where to start, keep reading. When dealing with creditors, communication can be even more difficult because of the associated guilt, anger, and other emotions. Basically, your emotions can set you up for conflict and communication breakdown. From your perspective, the situation looks like this. You're a responsible adult who has been a good customer for a long time. A series of unfortunate, unexpected, and undeserved events has descended upon you like a plague. You've tried for months to overcome your payment problems before asking for help. You can't seem to catch up. You're at the end of your rope, dangling at the edge of a cliff. But with some help, you know that you can pull yourself out. The process is similar to the one outlined in the section preparing to answer collection calls, but the tone and your options are different. From the customer service rep's point of view, the scenario looks like this. You made a promise and broke it. Everyone else is required to pay their bills on time, so why shouldn't you? You may be overspending and living beyond your means. You need to catch up on your payments as fast as possible. If you don't come through, the collector's job performance and business will suffer, and if the collector gets fired, he or she will be unable to pay his or her own bills. See how two people can see the same scenario so differently? It can be very hard to see things from a different perspective. But we know that you'll be more successful in getting the outcome you want if you're able to see the situation from the other side. For whatever reason, you haven't been able to keep all the promises you made. That doesn't mean you aren't a good person. Always remember, the issue is about money and numbers for the collector, it's not personal. But from a financial perspective, it does indicate that doing business with you may be risky. So now it's your job to explain why the customer service representative should accommodate you. Is resolution possible here? Yes, if you do your homework, offer a solution, and follow through on your promises. Where do you start? What do you say? To minimize negative perceptions, be proactive from the start and follow the steps outlined in this section. Contacting your creditor promptly. Putting off unpleasant tasks is human nature. However, when it comes to requesting assistance from your creditors, the earlier you make the request, the better. From the creditor's point of view, 3 types of customers exist. Good customers who pay as agreed. Good customers with temporary problems who are willing to work things out. Bad customers who won't pay what they owe without being encouraged, if at all. You'd like to be the first type of customer, but sometimes bad things happen to good people and you slip into the second group. What's really important, however, is not finding yourself lumped into the third group. The best time to let your creditors know that you're in trouble is as soon as you know and have a solution to offer. Don't wait until you've missed a payment if possible, or one payment at most, on that credit card or auto loan. Don't wait for the phone to ring or a letter to come and then give your story. Get in touch before the payment is late if you know you aren't going to be able to make it. By taking charge early, you give yourself a much greater chance that negative information won't find its way onto your credit report, where it could haunt you for years. Read on to find out what to say. Explaining your situation, you may choose to contact customer service by phone, in writing, via email, or through the creditor's website. In some cases, you may even communicate through an intermediary like an attorney or a credit counselor. More about those 2 options comes later. Whatever method you use, you need to explain your situation as clearly, effectively, and objectively as possible. Do everything you can to take your emotions out of it. Assure the creditor that despite your temporary difficulties, you intend to get back on financial track as quickly as possible. But what do you want to say? What can you do to increase your chances of getting the help you need and deserve? Here are some elements to communicate using a phone conversation as an example. Introduce yourself and ask for the person's name. Why? Because doing so adds a human dimension to the dialogue and may help personalize your call. Don't say you or you people. We suggest that you write the name down, because you're probably stressed out and may forget it easily. Plus, when you call again, you'll have a name to refer to. Begin the conversation on a positive note. Say something nice about the company and your relationship with it. For example, I've been a customer for years, and I've always had great service from you. Briefly, in a minute or so, present the facts. and just the facts. For example, you lost your job, you have no savings, and you have only unemployment insurance for income. Skip the gory details and the emotional commentary. Offering a solution after you've succinctly laid out the situation, propose a solution that works for you before you turn control of the conversation over to the customer service representative. Your goal is to make it as easy as possible for the representative to agree to what you need, and the best way is just to ask for what you need. This is a critical and very positive step in the communication process. The customer service representative may actually be pleased that you've come up with a workable plan. Doing so not only increases the chance that you'll get what you want, but may also shorten the call if the representative can agree to your request, thereby making the representative look like a very productive employee. Plus, by keeping more control over the outcome, you have a much better chance of getting a repayment plan that actually works for you. You may even be able to negotiate a concession or two in your favor. See the section Negotiating a Payback Arrangement earlier in this chapter. Whatever your proposed plan, be sure to cover these bases. Assure the representative that you're already taking steps to resolve the problem now. Offer a realistic estimate of how long you need to rectify the situation. Not soon, or I don't know. Propose a specific payment amount and plan that you can manage. Don't ask the creditor to suggest an amount. You won't like the answer. Offer specifics. Avoid saying, "I can't afford the $300 a month payment right now." You're going to have to accept less. That's not a plan. Instead, say, "I need to reduce the monthly payment to $150 for the next 4 months. I could even pay $75 twice a month. Then, in 4 months, I believe I can return to $300, which only extends the length of the loan by 2 months. Now that's a plan. It shows that you're sensitive to the creditor's situation and that you're making a fair effort to make good. Don't overpromise. You may feel intimidated or embarrassed, and it's only natural to want to give the creditor what the creditor wants. Don't be surprised if the creditor pushes back and asks for more. Be firm and don't budge on your offer, if possible. In the end, though, remember that the creditor won't be happy if you promise a certain payment and fail to deliver. If you get stuck, ask to speak to a manager who may be able to approve your offer. If you prefer to handle things in writing, check out the partial payment hardship letter in the offer to return a secured item letter at www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-FD5E. Covering all the bases after you propose your plan and agree to terms. Ask for a letter outlining the new agreement to be mailed or emailed to you so that there's no chance for a misunderstanding. If that doesn't seem to be forthcoming from your contact, or if you don't receive written documentation of the new terms within a few days, follow up yourself, stating the agreement in writing. Always make sure that any agreement you reach with the collection agency is put in writing. Keeping collectors in check. Debt collectors are people, too. Some are thoughtful and considerate and are just trying to do a tough job that affects people who have fallen on hard times. Other debt collectors see people with debt problems as deadbeats and get a strange satisfaction from bullying them into paying the debts they owe. Many in the collections field see their role as an extension of customer service to customers in trouble. They'll try to work with you. Unfortunately, there are those who get a power trip from their role and use it as an excuse to use unfair and abusive collection practices on people they think are vulnerable. Regardless of which kind of collector you find yourself talking to, being prepared before you get on the phone is key to controlling the conversation. We cover dealing with the collection process and collectors in the section Preparing to Answer Collection Calls earlier in this chapter. Calling in a credit counselor on your own, you may be able to get to a customer service manager, but the manager can't get around policy that is set by corporate headquarters. Very often, the top people at a collection agency set a special collection policy that applies only to the legitimate credit counseling agencies with which they've established a working relationship. When professional credit counselors get involved, they may be able to deal with a special department that handles only credit counseling accounts and is much more sympathetic than the line collector or manager you can talk to. So, in one leap, you escalate your account to high-level corporate policymakers. Talk to a credit counselor from an independently accredited nonprofit agency. Chapter 4 explains how to pick one from a crowded field. The cost to find out what an agency can do for you is zero, free, nada, and the professional analysis of your financial dilemma and your options can be invaluable. As an intermediary, the credit counselor can deal with your creditors on your behalf and may be able to administer a favorable workout plan, often referred to as a debt management plan, while you follow a fairly strict budget. Fair Isaac's FICO score doesn't take points away for using a credit counseling agency. In some cases, a statement will be added to your credit report that you're repaying a debt through a counseling agency. For some lenders, that's a positive. It tells them you're taking action to get control of your personal finances. Referring the matter to your lawyer. A good lawyer can work wonders with the more complex legal situations people face from time to time. Like showing up to a gunfight with the second fastest gun, hiring a CISO lawyer isn't worth the effort. The best attorney for you is one who specializes in debt law. The drawbacks: lawyers are expensive, and after you start down a legal path, so do the collectors. Get an attorney who specializes in representing debtors. These lawyers know the process, have the right letters on file, and may even know the collection agency or company. Besides sheltering you from having to deal with collectors directly, an attorney helps slow down the freight train of events heading your way. He or she knows what is acceptable to the collector, collection lawyer, and judge if things get that far. Plus, in today's complex debt sale and resale environment, an attorney can review your loan documents to make sure that your debt is enforceable. Freeing up money to pay a collector: it feels like everyone wants a piece of you, or at least a chunk of what little money you have. Where are you going to come up with the money to pay what you owe? In this section, we explore ways to reduce expenses and free up some funds to satisfy those creditors and collectors. We're not going to lie to you, cutting expenses is no fun. But after you've done it successfully and you have a bit of money to make payments, you'll feel much better. The short-term sacrifice of retooling your spending and changing some old habits will prove to be well worth the effort when you're able to reduce or even eliminate your debt challenge. And establishing new money habits can make the long-term future much brighter. Utilizing a spending plan: the best way we know to get the most out of every dollar you earn and set yourself on the road to credit recovery is to develop a detailed spending plan. A spending plan puts you in control of your finances, allowing you to identify how much money you have to spend on bills and necessities and decide how much money to spend on the stuff you want from what's left. A spending plan tells you just how much available cash you have to meet your obligations and allows you to set some aside to have fun, too. You've probably heard it called a budget, but when you look at it as a spending plan, it's less intimidating and actually empowering. More important for this chapter, your spending plan lets you know how much you can afford to offer a collector or creditor to rid yourself of problem debt. For more on developing such a plan, turn to Chapter 18. Creating a spending plan is technically easy but emotionally challenging. By putting it in writing, you'll make a critical step toward determining what you need to change. If you still feel overwhelmed, Chapter 4 offers advice on choosing a good credit counselor who can help you with this process for free. Believe it or not, there are people who love putting together spending plans. Cutting the fat from your monthly spending: the simplest way to cut expenses is much like cutting calories when you're on a diet. When slimming down, you eat the stuff that's lower in calories and skip the cake. When cutting expenses, you do things that cost less, use more coupons at the grocery store and plan meals to match what's on sale, and lay off the expensive stuff. Cancel that reservation to the hot new restaurant in town. We mention food for a reason. Eating out is one of the biggest entertainment expenses for American families. If you add up your monthly expense for restaurant food, you may be shocked. Even that $4 a day latte on the way to work adds up to more than $1,000 a year. Instead of eating out, eat in more often, and pack a lunch for work or school. Make eating at home fun by involving the entire family in preparing some of the dishes you'd order at that fancy restaurant. You could see your monthly spending on food shrink by as much as 25% to 50%. You're not giving up doing something you love forever, you're only giving up these things until you resolve your current financial situation. The important part is to honestly review your monthly expenses and determine whether you can trim back. The hardest part about creating a spending plan can be setting your emotions aside and looking objectively at the numbers. The savings from cutting back on expenses may seem insignificant at first, but they add up quicker than you realize. And before you believe you can go another day without a triple latte, you'll have reached your goal. Avoiding collectors altogether. If you're reading this chapter, not paying your bills on time may be what got you into a bad credit situation in the first place. But making on-time payments for the amount agreed every time the bill is due is the most important thing you can do to keep bad credit from getting worse. This section lays out specific ideas to help you pay your bills on time and keep creditors off your back. Getting organized. Nothing is quite as frustrating as getting hit with a $25 or $35 late payment fee on your credit card statement when you're trying to cut expenses. The good news is that a late payment doesn't necessarily cost you any more than the fee. Thanks to the Credit Card Accountability, Responsibility, and Disclosure Act of 2009 Card Act, you no longer have to worry about whether your interest rate will go up if you're one day late with a payment. Unlike a late fee, which is a one-time expense, a higher interest rate would make you pay more every month going forward. The Card Act requires a payment to be 60 days past due before the penalty interest rate kicks in. You'll still probably have to pay a late fee, though. Unlike an interest increase, a fee for making a late payment can be charged as soon as it happens. Find out more about how the Card Act benefits you in Chapter 19. Getting organized is by far the best way to avoid unnecessary late payments. Here are some options for getting organized. Set up automatic bill payment. Using online banking tools to make at least the minimum payment due lets you set it and forget it. You don't have to worry about missing a payment, it's automatically deducted from your bank account. The catch is that you have to make sure you have the cash in your bank account before the payment is due on your debt. Pay bills as soon as you receive them. If you aren't comfortable with automatic payments, make a pact with yourself to get the mail, sit down immediately, and write checks or go online to pay any bills you receive that day. Mark a calendar with the due dates for all bills. Allow at least a week for bills that you mail and a few days for bills that you pay online. Place the calendar where you'll see it every day so you don't miss any due dates. Better yet, set a reminder in your phone calendar so it alerts you when it's time to pay the bills. Technology is your friend when it comes to paying bills. And don't forget to include paying the phone bill in your calendar. Set up a filing system. Place bills in folders or in due date order, marked with the day of the month that they need to be paid. The trick is remembering to place the bills in the folders or organizer and to check the folders on a daily or weekly basis. You can do it with paper or using a computer with scanned or downloaded documents. Either way, be consistent in gathering and filing the documents every month. Experiment, find a solution that works for you, and get those bills paid. Stopping the paycheck-to-paycheck cycle. If you live paycheck to paycheck, you may find it difficult to pay all your bills on time and in full every month because money is so tight. Especially when an emergency crops up and you have to pay for it out of money allocated for another bill. Consider these tips. Start a savings account. What does starting a savings account have to do with living paycheck to paycheck? Plenty. Without emergency savings, you won't be able to stop living paycheck to paycheck. When you have savings set aside, that unexpected expense is no longer an emergency, and you don't have to take on debt to pay it. Find out more about the importance of savings in Chapter 18. Ask your creditor to change your due date. You can request that your due date fall later in the month or earlier when you have the money to pay the bill in full and on time. Check out www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-5e for a sample letter you can send to make this request. Look to your job to free up extra cash. If you want to increase your cash flow and can't get a second or third job, you may not have to look far. Here are a couple of things you can do regarding your current job. Check your payroll deductions. If you get a hefty tax refund each year, see your employer and add withholding allowances on Form W-4 to increase your take-home pay. But if you'll end up writing a check to the IRS, don't do it. For assistance in figuring out the right number of withholding exemptions you should take, see the IRS Withholding Estimator at www.irs.gov/individuals tax withholding estimator. Free up some money in your retirement plan. We're not suggesting that you take money out of the plan. Doing so would result in some ugly penalties and a lot less for your retirement in the long run. But you can temporarily reduce or suspend your contributions to help close the gap. Just have a plan to make them up later. Chapter 6, Working with Collectors, Lawyers, and the Courts to Manage Debt Obligations. 101. Chapter 6, Working with Collectors, Lawyers, and the Courts to Manage Debt Obligations. Dealing when credit is like running a marathon. That's hard enough. But in the credit marathon, you also find obstacles in the way that you have to get over, go around, or move out of the way. Some of the hurdles can be cleared easily. Others can seem like mountains blocking your way. This chapter helps you with some of the biggest credit troubles you'll face: charge-offs, judgments, garnishments, student loans, child support, and IRS debt. Because these debts are so troublesome, they attract hustlers and scam artists who promise to bring you relief for a fraction of what you owe. Claims of settling an IRS debt for pennies or removing valid charge-offs from your credit report are as bogus as those claims made by the endless stream of Nigerian millionaires who ask for your bank account information and promise to share their millions in return, if you'll just send them a few $1,000s first. In this chapter, understanding charge-offs, settling a debt for less than you owe, handling judgments and wage garnishments, telling your story in court, dealing with undischargeable debts. In this chapter, we give you the skinny on charge-offs, judgments, and debts that can't be wiped out, even by a bankruptcy. We tell you how to minimize the damage to your credit. Yes, you'll still have some if the debts are legitimate, and give you strategies for controlling and even eliminating those sour credit notes before they make your credit score sound flat. So, lace up your sneakers and listen up, the marathon is about to begin. Getting a handle on charge-offs. During the collections process, you'll come upon some serious hurdles where unresolved matters can trip you up. It's important for you to recognize when you've reached these hurdles, how important they are, and what you need to do to clear them, or at least get around them. In this section, we discuss unpaid charge-offs and paid charge-offs. Understanding how these actions work and what you can do about them may save you credit score points and money in the long run. So what is a charge-off? When a collector or creditor has decided that your debt is very unlikely to be collected and they no longer want the debt to remain in their records as an asset, they charge off your account. For accounting and tax purposes, the creditor considers your account a loss and your account is charged off the company's books. That doesn't happen right away. Usually some time has to pass before they take such a drastic action. Some generalizations about the timeline hold true for many types of unsecured debts like credit cards or personal loans. If you pay a bill after its due date, it's technically late. Paying up to 30 days late may have some minor consequences, but usually nothing severe. When you hit 31 days, the late payment will probably hit your credit report and your credit scores will get dinged. After you get to 60 days late, you may face larger fees and maybe an interest rate increase. Your credit scores will start to drop substantially and will continue to slide the further past due the payment becomes. Being 90 days late can cost you more and often brings on the serious players in the collection department. If your account is between 120 and 180 days past due, your debt enters a new phase known as the charge-off. A creditor charging off a debt in no way means that the debt is canceled or that you don't have a legal responsibility to pay it. Nor does any interest associated with the account stop accruing. No one is happy about this turn of events, and among those who should be the least happy is you. Why? because you still owe the bill while fees and interest continue to accrue and the damage to your credit continues to grow. The rest of this section covers the credit reporting difference between unpaid and paid charge-offs and explains why paying a charge-off is worthwhile even though it stays on your credit report. We also talk about the role a spending plan plays in getting debts and collectors under control. Making sense of unpaid charge-offs. A debt charges off when it gets so old, typically 180 days past due, that its value is called into question. If your creditor reports account histories to the credit bureaus, and most do, the charge-off is considered a very serious negative. When a debt charges off, you still owe it, and the creditor or collector will still attempt to collect it. The charge-off means only that the original creditor no longer counts the debt as an asset. An unpaid charge-off causes more damage to your credit report than a paid one. If the original creditor or its in-house collection unit is still working with you until you pay what you owe, the debt is labeled an unpaid charge-off on your credit report. When an account first charges off, you may experience a lull in collection attempts. The reason is that the debt is probably changing hands from the in-house collectors who were unsuccessful trying to save the account to third-party collectors who want to save at least some part of it. When the debt goes to a third-party collector, the charged-off status for the original debt is final and won't change. You'll probably see a note with the lender's account that says sold or transferred to and the name of the collection agency. There will also likely be a new collection account with a note that says purchased from or transferred from and the name of the lender. That will help you track the history of the debt and who you should be talking to or paying. The most experienced collectors typically deal with charge-offs. These collectors have heard it all 1,000 times before and have lasted in this business because they're efficient and effective. Make no mistake, collectors will try to collect the money due, however, after they determine that you either can't or won't pay. Your account may be sold many times to increasingly aggressive collectors or lawyers whom you really don't want to deal with. Making charge-off payments. Collectors try to make you promise to pay your debt in full or in a series of agreed-upon payments. They take promises very seriously, so you don't want to make and then break one. We suggest that you know for sure how much you can afford to pay monthly or in a lump sum amount before you make any promises. The best way to do so is to prepare a spending plan, see Chapter 18, that takes into account all your income and expenses. Using this spending plan, some people call it a budget, you can identify areas to trim so that you can put more money toward paying off your debt. Without a plan, you'll only be guessing, and if you guess wrong it will only hurt you. The key steps to making and carrying out a plan. See the Household Monthly Budget Plan at www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit. 5e for a sample of a spending plan outline are as follows. List all your income. List all your expenses. Cut out or decrease as many of the expenses as you can. Increase your income if possible. Repeat this process until you have enough money to pay the bill in a reasonable amount of time. Don't promise more than your plan says you can afford to pay just to get off the phone. Be sincere, explain how you arrived at your payment amount, and request that the collector send you a written agreement for this amount. When you receive the agreement, send the payment, and do so on time, every time. You can ask for a reduction in fees and interest when you negotiate the payment agreement, but a reduction in the amount owed is harder to get. See the next section. A delinquent debt that hasn't reached charge-off status and is paid becomes current on your credit report, but a charge-off never does. An unpaid charge-off becomes a paid charge-off if it hasn't been sent to a third-party collector. A paid charge-off is much better for your credit than an unpaid charge-off because it indicates that you had a problem, perhaps a serious one, but that you eventually paid the bill. Hallelujah! Now you can get a little boost on your credit report and you're on the way to obtaining credit at a more reasonable rate. Why? Simple. You've established that, although you may be a high-risk borrower, you do pay your bills in the end and you're more likely to pay on time in the future. Coming to a debt settlement agreement. When a creditor allows you to pay off your debt for less than you owe, including principal, interest, and fees, you're settling a debt. and because no one likes to lose money, settling a debt is rarely easy. Even if you paid some of the debt, your actions still caused the company to lose money, and you didn't live up to your end of the bargain, which isn't an incentive to do business with you in the future. Settling a debt also has a negative impact on your credit report and credit scores, so you may want to consider what's more important to you, the money or your credit history. Having a good credit history can save you a lot of money, and a bad one can cost you a lot of money. Don't just think about the short term. This section focuses on what happens if you agree to a debt settlement. Considering a debt settlement offer, some businesses may offer you a debt settlement option if they believe that they may never recover what you owe. Continuing collections becomes uneconomical, or they think that they can recover more by settling than by selling the debt to a third-party collection agency. Although a settled debt is considered paid, the settlement appears on your credit report for 7 years from the date you missed the first missed payment and never caught up, resulting in the charge-off. That date is called the original delinquency date. Remember this date, it will come up again when we discuss credit reports in Chapter 14. Additionally, you may have a tax liability if the creditor forgives more than $600 of the debt. The IRS considers the difference between the amount you owe and the amount you pay as income. It may seem illogical, but the basic reasoning is fairly straightforward. The amount you didn't pay back still went into your bank account and you used it to buy something, just like getting paid. So, from the government's perspective, you could owe income tax. If your settlement amount allows for more than $600 to go unpaid, you're responsible for paying income taxes on that amount. For example, if you owe $5,000 and you work out a settlement where you pay only $3,000, the $2,000 that was forgiven becomes taxable income on your next tax return. As the saying goes, only two things in life are certain, and one of them is taxes. If you decide on debt settlement as a payment resolution, we strongly advise you to get the settlement terms in writing and read them carefully before you send in a penny. You need to be on your guard when you're negotiating a settlement, or if you've been offered one. You're dealing with people who know settlements better than you do, and it's easy to make a mistake that is to their advantage and results in paying more than you expect. After you send in the money, you have no leverage with the collector, and any promises that aren't in the written agreement will probably be broken, and there will be nothing you can do about it. Debt settlement can be helpful if done right. It could do more harm than good if you aren't careful. Head to www.dummies.com/go/credit-repair-kit-5e for a sample letter confirming your agreement. Hiring a debt settlement firm. You're likely to see and hear advertisements for debt settlement firms, and you may even be contacted directly if or when they become aware of your debt problems. These companies have come to the attention of the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, and other government agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, because of their aggressive tactics, questionable claims, often large fees, and tendency to provide limited results for consumers. FTC regulations have curbed some of the abuses, but we still recommend that you try to settle on your own or use an attorney rather than a debt settlement firm. However, if you want to hire a settlement company, keep these points in mind. Make sure that the company is a member of the Association of Settlement Companies, TASC. Don't pay an upfront fee. Companies are required to settle at least one account before charging you anything. Don't sign anything if you feel pressured to do so. Consider running any offer by an attorney specializing in financial matters. Doing so will cost you money, but it may save you a lot if you avoid making a mistake, or if only a bankruptcy can solve your problem. A consumer debt goes away in a bankruptcy, an IRS debt from a settlement doesn't. Be cautious about attorneys who come to you offering debt settlement. They may provide objective financial advice, or they may be using offers of rapid debt settlement to turn a quick buck. Good legal advice can be invaluable. Poor credit advice can be very expensive. Reaching expiration dates on debts. Sometimes procrastination has a silver lining. When a debt reaches a certain age as defined by the statutes of your state of residence, it's no longer collectible in a court of law. Each state has its own statute of limitations rules. Check out Chapter 5 for more on expired debts and statutes of limitations. Finding out about judgments and what they mean to you, an unpaid charge-off often makes its way to a lawyer sooner or later. A collection attorney may take your case to court, you may have a judgment entered against you, you'll lose a day to court and incur additional legal expenses, and maybe, if it's just not your day, your wages will be garnished for up to 25% of your take-home pay. This is about as much fun as a legal colonoscopy. If you get a court summons for a hearing on a debt issue, answer it. Read on for all the details. The legal side of the collection process typically begins with a letter. After months of endless phone calls, a simple letter can be easy to ignore, but don't let it sit at the bottom of your inbox. The letter is a summons telling you that a court hearing will be held on a certain date in a certain place. See Figure 6:1. We strongly suggest that you show up with a plan and, if possible, an attorney. Courts have their own unique rules. If the collector shows up with their attorney, you should show up with yours. A good plan includes the following: a short explanation of why you haven't paid, any disputes about the bill or collection process so far, a plan to repay the debt on terms you can afford, documentation that shows why you can't afford more if the debt is valid, not in dispute or belonging to someone else and hasn't been collected. The court generally issues an order confirming that you owe money and commanding you to pay it. This order is called a judgment, and it involves legal fees and dealing with a system that doesn't fool around. There is one bit of good news. The national credit reporting companies no longer include judgments for collections in your credit report. They can still show up in other public record searches though. Figure 6:2 shows a copy of a typical judgment from a hearing on a debt issue. If you get one of these, you need to wake up and get a repayment plan going. If you dishonor or ignore a judgment, the next step could be wage garnishment. Check out the section Understanding Wage Garnishments later in this chapter for more info. The judgment itself doesn't force you to pay the debt. It does, however, set you up for execution, not execution as in the electric chair, but a judgment execution. If you receive a judgment and you still don't pay, the lender can go back to the judge and get an execution order. Depending on the laws in your state, the order allows the creditor to do the following. Figure 6:1. A sample court summons letter. Garnish your wages up to 25%. See the next section for more on wage garnishments. Place a lien on your home or other property for the amount owed. A lien is like having another mortgage on the property. Before the property can be sold or mortgaged, the lien has to be paid off. Repossess any property involved with the debt you owe, for example, your furniture if it's a furniture loan. A judgment is a very serious development in the collection process. At this point, many people seriously consider bankruptcy to wipe out their debts. Unfortunately, for many people who earn above the median income in their states, bankruptcy is no longer an attractive option. See Chapter 8. This is one of the reasons we think consulting a professional early in the game makes a lot of sense. If you don't have the option to file bankruptcy, you want to know as soon as possible. Figure 6:2. A sample court judgment letter. Understanding wage garnishments. If you receive a judgment, see the preceding section, and still won't or can't pay the debt, your employer may be court-ordered to garnish part of your paycheck to pay off your creditor. After the court orders a wage garnishment, certain rules must be followed as defined in the Consumer Credit Protection Act (CCPA). This section focuses on the main points, including how you can avoid wage garnishments. Remember that state law can take precedence over federal law, but only if the amounts allowed for garnishment are lower. Dodging wage garnishments. Before anyone can garnish your wages, a judgment from a court of law is necessary. You get a summons to appear in court to defend yourself against a suit for payment brought by the owner of your debt. If a judgment is issued and the debt remains unpaid, the creditor can go back to court and execute the judgment to push matters to the next stage, which may include having your wages garnished. You will receive another summons if this happens. Each state has its own debt collection laws. Some states permit a creditor to garnish your wages, others don't. Some states exempt large amounts or categories of assets from attachment or seizure by a creditor to pay your debt. Others may force you to sell possessions to satisfy a judgment. The best source for up-to-date why some lenders don't care about your judgments and why you should. Some lenders won't consider you for a loan unless you have great credit. Others don't care if you have judgments or a bankruptcy against you. The latter may seem like saints, but appearances can be deceiving. The fact is, they probably don't mind the risk because they will charge so much interest or fees that the only one who could lose is you. Or they just expect you to default from the very start and are prepared to take aggressive collection actions when you do. Groucho Marx said it best when he quipped, "I don't care to belong to a club that accepts people like me as members." You really don't want a loan from a company that would lend money to people with active unpaid judgments against them. We know you want to get credit, but this isn't the kind of credit you want. Information is your state's Consumer Protection Office. You can find a directory of state and local consumer agencies at www.usa.gov/consumer. In many cases, you can avoid wage garnishments by doing the following. Keep complete records of the collection process. Be sure to keep a record of names, dates, copies of correspondence, summaries of conversations, and any agreements or disputes. Show up in court when you're supposed to. Go to the hearings and speak up. If you have a reasonable story to tell the judge and a reasonable offer to make, you may be surprised at the result. The judge won't be happy that a collector is wasting his valuable time with a case that should have been settled out of court. Bring your own lawyer along if you can. The process can be confusing and intimidating. Having your own legal representation can help take that pressure off. State law may set garnishment limits lower than the federal maximum. In that case, the state law supersedes the federal law. The CCPA says that your boss can't fire you for having a garnishment. However, the CCPA doesn't provide this protection for multiple wage garnishments. You can find much more information on wage garnishments by calling the U.S. Department of Labor at 866-487-9243 or by visiting www.adult.gov/agencies/whd/wage-garnishment and clicking on the Garnishment tab. CCPA protections don't apply to the following types of non-dischargeable debts. Child support and alimony. The court has little sympathy in matters of delinquent child support payments. The garnishment law allows up to 50% of your disposable earnings to be garnished for child support and alimony if you're supporting another spouse or child, and up to 60% if you're not. An additional 5% may be garnished for support payments that are more than 12 weeks in arrears. Debts owed to the government. The garnishment restrictions don't apply to certain bankruptcy court orders or to debts related to federal or state taxes. A consumer debt such as a credit card or personal loan can be garnished up to 15% and a student loan up to 10%. If you're being garnished for more than one debt, you're subject to a 25% maximum. If a state's wage garnishment law differs from the CCPA, the law that results in the smaller garnishment must be observed. Figuring out how much can be garnished after your creditor is granted a judgment. You may wonder how much the courts can order your employer to garnish from your wages. The court uses disposable earnings, the amount left after legally required deductions like taxes, FICA, mandatory retirement withholding, and unemployment insurance to calculate your garnishment amount. Whether you have one or more garnishments, the law sets the maximum amount that your employer may garnish in any workweek or pay period. Exceptions are made for court-ordered support, bankruptcy, or state or federal tax. The amount may not exceed the lesser of two figures. 25% of your disposable earnings, or the amount by which your disposable earnings are greater than 30 times the federal minimum wage, currently $7.25 an hour. See Table 6:1 for calculations of the latter. Stating your case in court. Asking for time off from work to go to court can be intimidating, embarrassing, and expensive. Most creditors count on this and are very happy if you don't show up. Why? because without you there to object, they'll get just about anything they want from the judge. It's essential that you appear in court at the appointed time if you hope to get any sympathy. Tell the judge your side of the story. Be sure to bring the following statements from the account or accounts in question to make sure that the document filed with the court contains no mistakes or unwarranted additions. Table 6:1 Maximum garnishment of disposable earnings under normal circumstances for the $7.25 federal minimum wage weekly, bi-weekly, semi-monthly, monthly $217.50 or less, non-$471.25 or less, non-$942.50 or less, none more than $217.50 but less than $290. Amount above $217.50 more than $435 but less than $580. Amount above $435 more than $471.25 but less than $628.33. Amount above $471.25 more than $942 and amount above $942.50 $290 or more. Maximum 25% $580 or more. Maximum 25% $628.33 or more. Maximum 25% $1,256.66 or more. Maximum 25% *. These restrictions don't apply to garnishments for child and or spousal support, bankruptcy, or actions to recover state or federal taxes. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, www.dol.gov/whd/reg/compliance/whdfs30.pdf. Records of phone calls and written correspondence, including emails and texts, with the creditor to document that you've been trying to come to an agreement. A budget of your expenses and income to support a payment plan you can afford so the judge can see that your offer is serious. Copies of paychecks or other income sources may help to prove your case about how much you can afford. You can represent yourself, but you're at a disadvantage if you do. Trust us, your creditor is intimately familiar with the ins and outs of the court process. Their attorney or someone trained in the legal process will be at the court hearing. That gives them an advantage over people who don't know the rules of court, no matter how right you may be. If you can afford it, get an attorney. If you can't, you still need to go to court. Your presence and your genuine commitment to finding a workable way to repay your debt may be all you need. Use your records to show the court that you've made a good faith effort to propose the best settlement you can afford. Show that you've offered a reasonable repayment plan based on your means, but that it was refused. If you went to a credit counselor along the way, mention it. If you can say that the counselor thought your proposed settlement was reasonable, all the better. Of course, none of this reasonable stuff applies to overdue child support. Unless your income has changed for the worse, you have to pay what the law requires. The following list shows the progression of the process for collections that have gone to an attorney for legal action. 1. You receive a demand letter from an attorney demanding payment. This letter comes in addition to all the letters you may have received from the creditor or collector. The demand letter gives you one last chance to try to resolve the problem before court action begins. 2. A suit is filed in court, often within 10 to 30 days of the date of the demand letter. This suit alerts the court to the situation and again demands payment. 3. You get served with a summons. You get a summons from the court to respond by a certain date and time. 4. If you don't answer the summons, the attorney can file for a default judgment. If the court enters a default judgment in the matter, the creditor wins. You lose. 5. If you do file an answer, the discovery process begins and a trial date is set. When you respond to the suit, be sure to explain any discrepancies in the creditor's claims. If you can't, then be sure to show up in court on a hearing date with all your documentation and your lawyer if possible. 6. If a judgment is awarded and not paid by the due date, the attorney attempts to locate and verify your assets. The attorney initiates court-ordered bank levies, garnishment orders, liens, and so on to satisfy the judgment. Understanding what happens may help demystify the process and remove one more hurdle that may keep you from reacting until it's too late. Managing IRS debts, student loans, and unpaid child support. IRS debts, student loans, and unpaid child support are in a special class of debts that aren't dischargeable in a bankruptcy in most cases and must be paid. We cover them in the following sections. Handling IRS debts. An IRS debt can be one of the easiest debt situations to deal with. First, the IRS knows that you know who's in control, so the IRS doesn't need to intimidate you with strong-arm tactics to get your attention. Second, the IRS isn't chasing down its own money, it's chasing down taxpayer money. And third, IRS employees don't get a bonus for collecting a debt. You can probably negotiate a reasonable repayment plan with the IRS that you can manage over time. Download IRS Form 9465 at www.irs.gov/pub/ers-pdf/f9465.pdf. Fill it out and send it in. The form isn't hard to complete, so don't wait too long before you act. If you have an accountant, we suggest that you bring him or her along when you meet with the IRS. Your accountant may be able to calmly explain why you shouldn't owe taxes on some income or why you should get certain deductions. Like lawyers and courts, accountants have their own language and rules. Having a professional with you can give you an advantage. IRS debts just keep growing with age. If you delay too long, the IRS will pull any tax refunds you have coming and direct the money into the treasury until the debt is paid. As they say, the tax man always gets his money. The credit bureaus don't include tax liens anymore, paid or not. However, other companies do collect tax lien information. Businesses check those reports too. To make sure they don't hurt you in the future, keep good records of payments and discharges and, if appropriate, the property records at your local town hall. Make sure that the records are updated, or you may not be able to sell your home because it has a big fat lien on it that shouldn't be there. Educating yourself about student loans. Student loan collections used to be a joke, but no one is laughing anymore. The law doesn't allow you to include student loans in bankruptcy, so lenders can pursue delinquencies forever. The effect on your credit of being in default varies from bad to nuclear meltdown. A lot of people ask us if they owe the money even if they didn't graduate or finish a semester. The answer is yes. You borrowed and spent the money, and you need to repay it. What you did with it is of no interest, no pun intended, to the lender. In fact, if you die while attending school, your estate often still owes the debt. Your parents may have to pay the debt too, if they co-signed the loans. If so, you not only have a responsibility to the lender but also to your mom and dad. The term default is defined differently for different types of loans. Check with your lender to determine when your student loan enters into default. A student loan isn't secured with collateral in the normal sense of the word. When you leave school, whether you graduate or not, certain situations, such as economic hardship or unemployment, may enable you to defer payment for a period of time. See Chapter 23 for details. However, after your student loan is in default, you lose your opportunity to defer payment. To make matters worse, you may have to pay back the loan all at once unless you come up with an acceptable repayment scheme. You're also unable to receive further student aid. Your school may withhold your transcripts. Your state and federal income tax refunds may be taken to offset the loan amounts. And your wages, if and when you get a job, may be attached or garnished. See the Understanding Wage Garnishments section earlier in this chapter. Following are some repayment options. Normal repayment, you make principal and interest payments each month. Graduated repayment, you make lower payments at the beginning, and your payments increase at specified intervals for the life of your loan. Income-based repayment, your monthly payments are based on a percentage of your monthly gross income for Stafford Plus and Smart Loans and federally consolidated loans. Extended repayment, your repayment term is lengthened. Consolidation, your federal loans are refinanced into a single fixed loan with a long payback period. Serialization, you consolidate only the payments into a single payment but retain the original terms and interest rates on all your loans. http URL. For more information. If you can't pay back your loans as originally hoped, use all the options available to you to defer your loans for as long as possible. The goal should be to delay long enough to improve your financial position so you can repay the loan. Following are some repayment options. Normal repayment, you make principal and interest payments each month. Graduated repayment, you make lower payments at the beginning, and your payments increase at specified intervals for the life of your loan. Income-based repayment, your monthly payments are based on a percentage of your monthly gross income for Stafford Plus and Smart Loans and federally consolidated loans. Extended repayment, your repayment term is lengthened. Consolidation, your federal loans are refinanced into a single fixed loan with a long payback period. Serialization, you consolidate only the payments into a single payment but retain the original terms and interest rates on all your loans.